I once house sat a very old manor home. It was near the Mason-Dixon line. This location becomes important later in the story. It was built in the mid-1700s. Like a lot of houses, it had that root cellar, sub-basement deep under the house. It was used for food storage back in the day. And I always just got the weirdest and most foreboding feeling walking past the door leading down to it. Never actually went down there. It was a very big house that had many additions put on over the years, so it had multiple alarm systems. And one night, the alarm system in the original part of the house, where the door to the root cellar was, it wouldn't stop going off. I probably got out of bed 7 or 8 times just to enter the code and turn it off that night. It was an older alarm system, so I figured, probably old wiring or part going bad or something. I didn't think much of it other than being annoyed that I had to keep waking up. When the family got back from vacation, I told the father about the night the alarm kept going off, and he looked very puzzled. He told me that had never happened before, in the several decades that they'd lived there. And even weirder, because it was an older alarm system, and in that part of the house, all of the alarms were motion activated. I later found out the house was right down the street from a Quaker meeting house in the area. It had a high Quaker population that was well known for its role in the Underground Railroad. Families in that area would routinely let people escaping slavery hide in their cellars and sub-basements. My family is ancestrally Quaker, and the family who lived there was not. It still kind of gives me chills thinking about it. I enjoy a beer at a bar by myself from time to time, either just to be alone or maybe chat with a bartender if they're feeling social. Occasionally I'll get some unwanted attention, but usually a casual mention of my boyfriend gets folks to buzz off without issue. One time I was at this little dive bar by my house. A guy sat next to me and started chatting with me. Friendly stuff, nothing too forward. Didn't even catch his name. Then he goes, "You live at..." Named my address. "Yes? Unit number 1, on the corner." I lived in an apartment complex. My unit was indeed number 1, on the corner. I'd never seen this man before. I got a sinking, "this isn't good" feeling. "No," I replied. "I'm sorry. You must have mistaken me for someone else." His demeanor changed immediately. He twisted towards me with this really annoyed look. He responded, "No, I see you. I always see you. You live there." His tone was this mix of frustrated and offended. He was just glaring at me, waiting for me to respond. I bumbled out, "Nope, I don't live there," one more time. I paid my bill and I bounced. I was too nervous to go home, so I went to a friend's who gave me some pepper spray, just in case. Thankfully, I never saw him again. I moved out of that apartment soon after, which I was already considering, but this gave me the push. My guess or hope was that he lived nearby and just lacked social skills. But the way he said, "I always see you," still gives me chills. I was visiting a plantation in deep Louisiana that was said to have one particular ghost person that lived in the house. They explained the evidence to us on the tour, mysterious hand marks on mirrors, furniture that moves in plain sight, etc. The tour guide pointed out this opened secret door that this person used to use to go upstairs to their bedroom. They invited us to look at the staircase inside. While I'm looking around, the tour group leaves the building without me noticing. As I'm trying to find my way out of the house, I hear this slow creaking. I turn around and see the secret bedroom door slowly closing itself. No one else in the house, no breeze, no windows nearby, no machinery, just slow closing. I ran to find the tour guide. She told me that doors open and close by themselves, even the really heavy sliding doors, all the time. Someone tried to kidnap me on my way home. I was right next to my house, literally the other side of a fence. I could see my front door. They never caught him. Girls my age and similar looking all had stories like mine over the years, and the guy they described was aging appropriately. Carried on for 6 years, and then it stopped. When I was with my ex, her daughter would constantly walk around corners to cut behind us and wasn't getting how quick it could happen. So I asked her one day if I could pick her up when she stepped behind Mummy, just to see how quick we vanished. I hated scaring her, but she said yes. I scooped her up and stepped behind a wall with her. She never cut behind us again. I'd have loved to have left her as a kid without that fear, but she'd do it in a crowded place in city centers, and I'd just rather scare her than have something bad happen to her. I may have escaped my bad situation, but I was lucky. I've got a weird one that happened to my uncle on Evergreen Way in Everett back in the 90s. It was late, and his girlfriend was driving him home from the movies. They'd just gone to see Good Will Hunting in the theaters and apparently had a few drinks while the show was playing, and maybe after. Neither of them would have blown a legal breathalyzer, and it was a torrential downpour that night. This added to the caution his girlfriend would take driving them home. His girlfriend worked at a coffee stand on that road. She was actually familiar with a couple of members of the unhoused population. They would come up to her window, asking for free shit, or be so brazen enough to try to nab the tip jar. They're laughing at all the crazy work stories that she's telling as they pass the stand. It's closed down for the night. From the direction they're going, Evergreen turns into a hill. She said she could take her foot off the gas and coast down, tapping the brakes a few times to not go too fast. It's not a steep hill, but it goes for a while, and it's easy to pick up speed. They can see a couple 100 yards ahead of them on this street. They can see the streetlights ahead of them switching colors, regardless of any vehicles present, and a gas station on the corner with the rotating streetlights. This was Uncle and his girlfriend's second date together, and he thought that up until that point, things had been going really good on their date. The windshield wipers are at their highest level and just barely providing enough for her to see. My uncle had offered to drive, but she'd gotten permission to use her dad's Cadillac for their date, so she was insistent that she drove. And in her defense, she was a really safe driver given the circumstances. Unc didn't have any concerns until something caught his eye, a few 100 yards down the hill. There was a man. He wore a tie-dye blanket like a kind of psychedelic mage. The backpack he wore under the largely brightly colored cape made him look disfigured, like a hunchback as he leaned on the damaged aluminum walker with a single yellow tennis ball on one of the legs. Unc points him out to his girlfriend, who's already noticed him, and she doesn't look amused anymore. Her funny stories had stopped, but the sound of rain on the roof of the car was loud enough to fill its space. The stories she'd been sharing with Unc were lighthearted, but all pivoted around very real what-the-fuck situations, ones that she'd been in. Along with those, she had a handful of not-so-lighthearted situations she'd been in. Apparently, Tie-Dye Mage was one disgusting piece of shit. One that she was always calling the cops on because he was constantly harassing her and the other baristas. But specifically, he put this girl through a particularly traumatic situation when she was on a smoke break. He approached her with a pair of garden cutters and his pants around his ankles. He was grunting like a gorilla, and his hood was pulled over his eyes, and his long brown and silver beard It had food and other unidentifiable crusties stuck in it. She thought that he was robbing her. She put her hands up while telling him that all she had was dry erase markers in her pockets. He kept the cutters extended towards her. So she starts pulling them out and throwing them on the ground to prove that's all she had. But with his other hand, he opened the tie-dye cape, exposing himself to her. With his pants around his ankles, she was able to make an easy escape back to the coffee stand, to lock the windows and doors, and to make another call to the police. All while the guy stood outside, scratching up the side of the coffee stand with the rusty garden tool. That resulted in him going away for another few weeks, but it never prevents him from always wandering back to Evergreen when he got out again. That assault story was not mentioned during her monologue that had them both laughing a minute ago. It would be mentioned when they got back to her parents' house and were sitting in the driveway. But before that, Unc had no idea, and as they're coasting down the hill, she puts her foot back onto the gas pedal, and he feels the SUV start to pick up speed. He asks if she sees him standing on the curb. She tells him yeah, but the Cadillac continued to gain momentum down the hill. He says the guy looks handicapped. If he steps into the street, he wouldn't be quick enough to move back onto the curb. She says something like, he's not handicapped, and if he steps out onto the street, he's gonna die, because I'm going too fast to slam on my brakes in the rain. I won't be able to stop in time. It'll be his fault. Whatever it was verbatim that she told Unc, it was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. And she'd been thinking about it since she saw him far in the distance. She probably saw him before Unc did, and the whole time, she's in the driver's seat, plotting. At the bottom of the hill, it's a straight shot to the light where the guy's located. Unc's gripping his seat as they're getting closer. In his head, he's thinking he's going to either be an accessory to murder, or he's going to have to work with the police to ensure himself that he never gets with this girl again. He was having a moral dilemma of tremendous proportions. Grabbing the steering wheel would kill them both if the SUV lost control, and so the only choice was to sit back in his seat, watch the show taking place out the front windshield. 100 yards quickly turned to 50, and sure enough, the tie-dye mage set his walker off the curb and steps into the road. Unc's stomach sinks like a rock. They had approximately 20 yards before the SUV would make contact. It looked like the homeless man was dancing in their lane and expecting them to swerve around, but she was gripping the steering wheel with both hands and no plans to change lanes. All Unc had time to do was put his hands in a half-hearted attempt to block his face from the shards of glass and human corpse that would potentially be flying his way. With his eyelids glued open, he sees the homeless man dissolve into nothingness as the hood of the Cadillac goes through him without making a sound or any vibrations from the expected thud. The tie-dye man dematerialized from their viewpoint over the dashboard. Then, the road in front of them grew like a concrete wall. Unc still had his arms out in front of him when the passenger airbag deployed and shattered one of his wrists and most of the bones in the fingers. The big, sturdy vehicle they'd been driving had just gone from 50 to 0 within a fraction of a second. This was on account of a pothole the size of a bathtub in the far right lane on Evergreen. The whole front of the SUV had been swallowed by a jagged pit made of concrete, metal, and asphalt. The airbag on the driver's side releases with enough velocity to knock the girl unconscious. It takes Unc a second to regain his sense, and then using only one of his hands, he gets his door open and climbs out of the vehicle. The day's rain had accumulated close to a foot of water in the hole, and when he climbed out, it was impossible not to be soaked. Then he crawls his way out of the pothole. It was waist deep, and when he turned around, he saw the SUV with its back end at a 60-degree incline. its front end was completely crushed and hidden under the pavement of Evergreen Way. He looked in all directions and quickly discerned how alone they were out there. The streets were vacant of anyone except him. His girlfriend hadn't exited the Cadillac, but Unc was too injured from the accident to climb back in and check on her status. There was a gas station across the street at the same four-way intersection. They let him use their phone to call for help. The girl would rise from the pothole before ambulances arrived. She was bruised, but overall got out of it unharmed. They were taken to the hospital to be evaluated. While they were both in the ER waiting room, they discussed not bringing up the homeless man when they were asked about what happened. It wasn't a necessary part. They were driving down Evergreen Way, doing the speed limit with their SUV, and it was destroyed by an unmarked construction area. There was a sign set up, but the wind blew it into the pothole earlier that night. She never saw the tie-dye man return after that. They were both convinced that what they saw that night was his ghost, but what they can't agree on is if he was trying to help them avoid the pothole, or if he was leading them to it. Unc thought that he was hoping she'd swerve to avoid him, but she never stopped believing that he influenced her to fall in that pothole. Coaxed her, per se. So what do you think? Let's say that it was a ghost. Do you think someone could still maintain human infatuations after death? Personally, hearing that story, I think he was trying to get them to avoid the pothole and didn't expect her to go right for him. Maybe he did. I'll be checking the comments periodically. I want to see if you all think this ghost did that shit on purpose or not. I've got two stories, not super dramatic, but both moments that still make my skin crawl when I think about them. The first happened at home. I was in bed, hovering in a weird in-between state, not fully asleep, not fully awake. You know the place. Everything's a little floaty, and the lines between dreaming and reality start to blur. And that's when I felt a hand on my hip, just resting there. Warm but familiar. Then, soft kisses on my shoulder and the back of my neck. The kind of thing that would have been romantic if it wasn't, way too late for that kind of attention. I remember mumbling, "Really? Now?" Thinking it was my husband making a move after we'd already been laying in silence for what felt like forever. I opened my eyes and saw his back. He was facing away from me, breathing slow and steady, dead asleep. I froze. The kisses had stopped, but I could still feel the pressure of a hand, firm and steady, right on my hip. I didn't move, didn't say anything. I just laid there, too scared to even sit up, until eventually whatever I'd felt, or whatever had felt me, let go. I didn't tell my husband about it until the next morning, and even then I played it off like a weird dream. But I know what I felt, and I know I wasn't dreaming. The second thing happened at work. I was a nurse working nights at the time. It was around 2 a.m. Most of the floor was quiet, patients asleep, lights dimmed, the usual low hum of machines and nighttime stillness. I was doing my rounds, walking past an unoccupied room, when I noticed the TV inside was on. Now, that wasn't totally unheard of. Sometimes a tech forgets to turn it off during cleaning, or the remote gets wedged right in between and flips itself on. Still, I figured I'd just step in and shut it off. No big deal. I stepped 1 foot into the room, didn't even fully enter, and that's when the TV said, clear as day, "Good morning, Alice." That's my name. The voice wasn't part of a commercial. It wasn't a news anchor or a show host. It was talking to me. The tone was flat, almost mechanical, but the timing, It couldn't have been a coincidence. I didn't shut the TV off. I backed out, closed the door, and just stood there in the hallway staring at it for a few minutes before walking away. I switched to day shifts not too long after that. The ambulance company I used to work for had a haunted ambulance, Rig 12. A lot of EMTs had their own stories about it, mostly involving weird noises coming from the patient compartment or the electronics going haywire. I never put much stock into paranormal stuff in general, but my experience was with my partner and I, and it was in Rig 12, posted in a rural community around 3 a.m. It was pitch dark and dead quiet. We were both dozing up in the cab. I was in the driver's seat and she was in the passenger seat. I woke up to a muffled voice. I initially thought my partner was trying to talk to me. I told her I was trying to sleep. I rolled over toward the window and closed my eyes again. Then I distinctly heard a male voice say, "Oh my God, am I dying?" Followed by what sounded like heavy breathing for a couple of seconds and then complete silence. My partner and I both sat straight up and looked back into the patient compartment where it sounded like it came from. It was quiet for a couple of seconds. Then we heard the click of an oxygen bottle regulator and hissing like it was leaking. I turned on the compartment lights and we both piled out of the rig. Initially, I thought a transient may have climbed in the back while we were asleep, was messing with stuff. So we walked around the back of the rig, opened up the back doors. No one was back there. I checked both oxygen bottles. Neither were opened. Needless to say, we kept the lights on in the rig and didn't sleep much after that. I don't know if I believe in hauntings, but I guess it would make sense for an ambulance to be haunted. Rig 12 had been in service with various agencies for over a decade. It'd probably seen its fair share of patients die in the back. I rode in it a couple of shifts after that, but nothing else strange happened that I can recall. When I was 8 years old, I had a rather unsettling experience with two adults in my apartment complex. Sounds silly maybe, but it definitely wasn't. This was during the days of selling Cease candy bars for my school's fundraiser. Normally my mom would take me around the neighborhoods, just a little further from town, and we'd hit several houses of what would end up being some pretty generous people. One week she couldn't do that with me due to working late, so I ended up making the rounds in our apartment complex with a friend from class who also lived there, Alex. Alex and I split up, and I was working the ground level of an apartment building while he worked the ground level of another across the way. I had probably done 3 doors, no answer, before I reached the door of an older woman. Younger than my grandma, but older than my mom, best way I can describe her. She had this sort of dirty bleached hair, almost orange but darker at the scalp. She looked and smelled like a smoker, which I recognized from my own grandma. The woman asks me what I'm selling, so I tell her chocolate candy bars. I go into my whole spiel. As I'm finishing, someone else joins behind her in the doorway. He's an older man. I could swear that I'd seen him before, but I couldn't immediately place him. He was big and bald. I guess he looked kind of generic, but he was enthusiastic about the chocolate bars, telling the woman with orange hair that they gotta get some, lots of them. He wants to know how much for the whole box. I was amazed. No one had ever asked that before. Maybe 10 at the most, which I remembered was $25, but I had double that in the box, maybe more. As I worked out the math in my head, they asked if I would have change for 100. Feeling like my lucky day, I told them I sure did. That's when they opened the door a bit more, showing me the inside of their smoky and, in my mind, messy apartment. The woman walked in a way that she was now behind the man. He was looking down at me for a moment before he said, Okay, kiddo, you come on in, we'll get you that money, you get us some change and some chocolate. Sound good? I almost just walked right in, but I hesitated for a moment, and that's when the woman said she couldn't wait to try the candy bars. She grabbed something from her pocket. It was $5. She asked if she could just have one while we figured out the cost of the box, and then quickly followed it up with asking if I liked dogs. I did like dogs. She then said I could definitely meet their new dog if I just came inside. I was starting to feel overwhelmed by her questions, so I started by setting my things down to grab the chocolate bar. When I looked up, they were no longer right in the doorway. They'd moved back a bit, now standing inside their apartment, but the woman held out the $5 for me to take. As I reached for the money, she held onto my wrist instead of taking the candy bar. I sort of panicked and asked why she was doing that. Instead of answering me, she just used her other arm to grab me, pulled me close to her, but facing away from her, and covering my mouth with her other hand. This had never happened to me, obviously, and before she even put her hand over my mouth, I hadn't thought to scream. Now, I was screaming, muffled, but I was trying. That's when the man came out, grabs my backpack, takes it inside the apartment and out of view. I'm still squirming, trying to scream, but she's not letting up. So I start kicking backwards, making contact with her shins. She almost lets me go, but instead reaffirms her grip, now trying to pull me further into the apartment. I'm assuming the worst. These people are going to kill me. That's when I doubled down, alternating between becoming dead weight to try to escape the grip that she had, but also one arm partially free. I use that elbow to drive it into her side as much as I can. I keep one foot rooted on the ground, driving the other as hard as I can backwards, kicking shin, ankle, stomping her foot. Finally, one blow causes her to release her grip. I drop down slightly, and the moment I hit the ground, I start to run. I also start to scream again. She's literally chasing me for a moment. But I hear the guy scream at her to forget about it. I hear something get thrown, but I don't dare turn back. I just run to the building where my friend was. He's still on the bottom floor, talking to someone, as I'm running at him like a wild man. I guess maybe I was crying by then because the woman talking to us had ran to grab tissues and her house phone. Eventually, I calmed down enough to tell them both what's happened, and the woman's already on the phone with the police. My friend runs home to get his mom. By that time, the police are there, so I tell everyone the story at the same time. It was when I pointed to the apartment, my friend reminds me and tells the police the woman living in that apartment has orange hair. The man was large and bald, and he worked as a maintenance man in the apartments. That's where I knew him from. I ended up getting my backpack back, my candy too. The money was full-blown missing. I assumed that's what they took from it, and threw the rest once they had what they needed. Well, they got arrested. Me, my friend, and my friend's mom all watched it happen from their apartment window. My mom, naturally, was pissed. She was calling the couple all sorts of names, telling the police they better keep those pedos locked up. I didn't even know what that meant at the time. I wasn't allowed to do those door-to-door things anymore. In fact, I don't think they do them anymore at all. This was over 14 years ago, so I have no idea. But in my opinion, that shit's super not safe. But on a positive note, I did end up getting the money back. I never had to see that maintenance man ever again, or that woman. Pretty sure he got his ass fired and evicted. Hope it was worth the $186 they had to give back. Creeps. My name is Catherine. I'm 42, my husband is 45, and we live alone in a middle-class suburban neighborhood. There's nothing very interesting about us. He drives a UPS truck, and I'm an office manager. Even our fights are boring. Most of them are minor issues like his unwillingness to put the trash in the bin or my inability to clean my hair from the shower. But there's one topic that I've always been deadly serious about: locking the doors. When I was a teenager, a man broke into my aunt's house and strangled her. That's always really stuck with me. We never even open our windows, but I constantly recheck them, and I check the doors several times each night. I know I'm making myself sound neurotic, but I swear I'm only like this when it comes to home security. I've never suffered from anxiety or depression. I've always been painstakingly, mind-numbingly normal. I just like to feel safe in my own house. That's it. I'm not completely unreasonable or delusional. We've lived here since I was 25, and there's never been so much as a vandalized mailbox on our entire block. I fully understand I can overreact when it comes to this topic, and I'll be the first to apologize when I do. But I also don't think I'm asking for the moon, you know? I just wanted him to lock the damn doors. The problem is I usually go to bed earlier than my husband, and he'll sometimes go outside after I've gone to sleep. When he comes back in, he doesn't think to lock the door. He never had to in his childhood home, and never saw a reason to bother with ours either. I can't tell you how many times screaming matches have happened after I've woken up to find the door unlocked. And this was before it almost cost us our lives. It happened on Labor Day weekend. We had a nice block party on Saturday, probably drank a little more than we should. Then we went home, had a boringly normal evening, and went to bed early. The following morning was much the same. Everything was absolutely fine until that afternoon, when we heard Cindy Lincoln screaming bloody murder. We instinctively ran towards the sound, which seemed to be originating from just outside our house. When we got to our front door, my eyes automatically noticed that it had been left unlocked again, but I pushed my anger aside. There was a more pressing matter at hand. Miss Lincoln was actually in the yard next door, but we didn't see anything that could be causing her distress. We went to her at the same time as the neighbors on the opposite side, and several other heads started to poke out of their doors as well. Then we saw the broken glass on the front stoop, and soon the whole street was gathered and working themselves into a panic. They didn't calm down until the police arrived. No one was eager to see the scene firsthand, but Cindy's husband was able to get most of her story before she was interviewed. She had originally walked straight to the back door where she often let herself inside to borrow, or in this case return, various kitchen supplies to Mrs. Anderson. Both women were in their 50s and very close friends. Cindy knew something awful happened the moment she entered. The house was ransacked. She called for the Andersons even though she knew they wouldn't answer. She didn't want to go any further, but she couldn't leave without knowing for sure. It only took a glance into their bedroom to be certain. Mrs. Anderson was on the bed and barely recognizable. We would later learn that she'd been stabbed 26 times. Her husband was tied to a chair, beaten, and shot in the head. Cindy stumbled out of the house in a horrified daze, and that's when we heard her screaming in the yard. Speculations of a serial killer began to spread all over town, and I did my best to focus on the fact that the Andersons were probably targeted due to their age, that it wouldn't have mattered if the doors were locked or not. When someone like that wants to get in, a lock usually isn't enough to deter them. It wasn't easy, but by redoubling my effort to stay awake longer than my husband, I began to experience something that resembled healing. Then, last week, they caught the killer, and he gave a full confession. He was young. He'd always fantasized about killing somebody. Finally worked himself up enough to go through with it. He let his computer pick a random neighborhood within a few chosen parameters and found himself on our street. When he turned off the connecting road, he immediately pulled alongside the curb and approached the house that he was parked in front of. Their door was locked, so he walked to the next house over. Their door was also locked. So were the next three, but the Anderson home was unlocked, so he went inside, and he did what he did. Had their doors been locked, our house would have been next, and he could have come inside to do what he did. My husband hasn't actually forgotten to lock the door again, but yet I still can't bring myself to trust him. I'm 25 and doing okay now, but I grew up in a poor family. The kind of poor where my older brother had to drop out of school to help work. I was ashamed of where I lived, and I would do anything to hide it from my friends. If someone wanted to come over, I'd make up an excuse for why we needed to stay at their house instead, which obviously becomes more difficult the longer you try to pull it off. But in 8th grade, something happened that broke me of the habit for good. My best friend at the time was a kid named Jordan. His family wasn't rich, but to me, they seemed that way because they lived in a 2-story house in a really nice area, had 3 vehicles, and always wore name brand clothes. Then there was the biggest sign of them all, the one that screamed, "Hey, my family is successful." Jordan went to the doctor every time he got sick, and he went to the dentist multiple times a year. He even had braces for a while. Most of the kids in my neighborhood were lucky to even get their vaccinations. I stayed with Jordan every chance I got because his dad took us to fun places that mine could never afford, and restaurants I would otherwise never see the inside of. Anyway, you get the idea. Jordan had a much different lifestyle than myself, and I was jealous, but only until homecoming weekend of 8th grade year. That's when everything changed. I stayed with Jordan Friday night and most of Saturday without any issues. If I'd gone home that evening, everything would have been fine, but I desperately wanted to stay an extra night. We stayed up playing Halo long after his parents went to bed, and since we were known to sleep late into the afternoons, Jordan had a black blanket tacked over the window. No light got through that thing. To anyone on the outside, the house would look completely dark. Maybe if there had been a visible light, they would have waited for a different night. But I always torture myself with the what-ifs when reliving this night. It was 11 years ago, but I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Around 2 a.m., Jordan paused the game because he heard something downstairs. We listened for a few seconds, but quickly disregarded it. After a couple more minutes had passed, I heard something and paused the game. This time, we both heard something, but it was faint, and it happened so fast that we couldn't be sure. We later learned that one of the intruders knocked a picture frame off of a table, but Jordan didn't have any pets, so we didn't understand what it could possibly be unless his parents were awake. Then Jordan's phone buzzed with an angry text from his dad. He wanted to know what the hell we broke, why we were downstairs so late in the first place. We both read the message at the same time, and I'm sure my face looked just as horrified as Jordan's. His fingers raced over the keys as he explained that we were still in his room, that we thought they must have made the noise. The next message makes my blood run cold. My mind couldn't dance around the facts anymore. It's crazy how our brains fill in the blanks when we're in crisis mode. In reality, the text was filled with errors and missing words. Most people would need a second to decipher what the sender intended to say, but when it was discussed afterwards, Jordan and I both swore it was written perfectly. We had to read it again to believe differently, but we had no trouble understanding Miss Sheila was calling the police, and they wanted us to hide in the closet. We were both in a complete state of shock and sobbing softly as we crawled to the back of Jordan's walk-in closet. We each settled into one of the corners and pulled clothes down on top of ourselves. Then we waited for what was the longest 12 minutes of my life, until the police arrived. Of those 12 minutes, I have no clue how many passed before we heard Jordan's door open, and a woman's voice said, "It's not this one either." After a pause, she added, "Yes, I'm sure. It's a boy's room." And the door was shut softly. There was another long stretch of silence before we finally heard an officer shouting for someone to freeze. We came out from under the clothes then, but we didn't come out of the closet until Jordan's dad was at the door calling for us. The police arrested a man and his sister who broke into the wrong house in order to kidnap a man's 6-year-old daughter. His wife left him for Jordan's next-door neighbor, and he decided the best way to get even was to take the kid away. All the houses in the subdivision were built with the same floor plan, so they broke into an empty one to learn the layout. Since they knew where the master bedroom was, they avoided running into Jordan's parents and came straight to the rooms most likely to hold the daughter. Suddenly, my house didn't seem so bad anymore, and I got over my embarrassment. I still wasn't a fan of being there. I just wasn't filled with shame by the prospect of someone knowing where I lived. I didn't stay with Jordan overnight quite as often after that, either. It's not because I thought it would happen again. I just couldn't feel safe sleeping there. As an adult, I can look back and say that it was probably PTSD, but I wouldn't have thought to put that label on it as a kid. Jordan and I still see each other occasionally. We just don't talk about that night very often. For a graduation present, my uncle gave me the keys to his cabin for a week-long trip with my friends. The only other time I'd been out there was the 4th of July weekend when I was 10, but I remembered my cousins and I having a blast. Mostly, I was just excited to be away from adult supervision for the first time. My friends, Carla and Madison, came with me. I think we were all hoping to stay longer than a week, but we never dreamed we'd want to leave early. There were other cabins in the area, but people didn't live there year-round. It should have been another few weeks before the summer crowd came out. The first day we focused on getting settled, and the weather kept us indoors for the second, but nothing unusual happened until the third. That morning, we walked down to the lake, but the water was too cold to swim, so we explored a little instead. The trail we were on circled halfway around the lake with several diverging paths to other cabins, most of which looked roughly the same as ours. I guess the first weird thing was actually when Madison saw the blinds move in one of the cabin windows, like someone had been peeking out. But we thought she was mistaken. There were no cars or lights, nothing. So we walked for another hour until we got hungry. Then we headed back for lunch and a movie. We wanted to try the lake again that evening, but the weather had different plans. Instead, we watched other movies while we drank and made dinner. But while we were eating, my car alarm started blaring. By then it was pretty dark and still storming. So I assumed the thunder set it off, thought no more of it. Likewise, when we heard a trash can fall over, we assumed it was raccoons. The next day is when we started getting scared. There are 2 metal trash cans that sit beneath the kitchen window, and we used them enough times by then to be familiar with the specific sound that they made. All 3 of us are positive we heard at least one fall over. Yet, when we went to check in the morning, both were right side up again. That was strange, but we didn't truly begin to worry until we noticed my car had 2 flat tires. I only had 1 spare, so that meant we were stuck until my dad could bring a second one. We hadn't driven anywhere since our arrival, and we knew the tires hadn't been low the day before. I called my dad in a panic, but he thought that we were being paranoid. He said it was common to get low leaks on that kind of terrain. Carla and Madison called their families too, but no one could bring us a tire until the following day. Carla's mom had the same response as my dad, and Madison's parents just advised calling the police if we actually saw anyone. Words that they would all soon come to regret. We kept ourselves locked inside all day, but that night was the worst of it. We covered all the windows, but obsessively checking outside only to see nothing. Then, sometime after midnight, Carla peeked out the kitchen window and screamed when she saw a bobbing light cutting through one of the forest trails. We pulled the curtain back just far enough to watch the light grow closer and closer, until the man carrying it became visible after stepping out of the tree line. He was tall and skinny, but I couldn't tell if he was tan or just dirty. His clothes were ragged and looked to be a few sizes too big, but I was more concerned with the bat-like object he seemed to be holding in his free hand. Maybe the 3 of us could have taken the guy on his own, but if he had a weapon, at least one of us was likely to get hurt. Madison dialed 911 right away, but we knew it would be a while before anyone showed up. The dispatcher wanted us to hide, but I couldn't handle not knowing where that man was. We kept all of the lights off and quietly tracked this guy around the cabin's perimeter. He circled it twice before trying both doors and all the windows. Even though we knew they were locked, we still held our breath with each attempt. If he realized we saw him, there would be no incentive for him to remain stealthy. Every second felt like an eternity, but by the time he crawled through all the bushes to check the windows, he'd eaten up almost 15 minutes. After the last one, he circled back to the front door, and we could hear the wood bend and crack as he tried to force his way inside. All the while, 911 was still on the line, urging us to hide, insisting the police would arrive any moment. We ran to the back bedroom, barricaded the door, and then crammed ourselves into a tiny closet. We had to stifle our screams when the front door caved in, and again, a few minutes later, when the man found our room. He tried to keep the noise down at first, but upon realizing the door was blocked, he started ramming it. With each attempt, our makeshift barricade gave way a little bit more, until a loud bang confirmed that the dresser hadn't been heavy enough to do the job. We held onto the closet handle for dear life as slow footsteps paced around the room and stopped right next to the paper-thin door, serving as our last line of defense. The man's breathing was loud and congested, and he carried a strong odor of liquor. He let out a low, sinister chuckle as he jiggled the handle. But before he could try in earnest, his creepy laughter turned to angry curses at the sudden sound of approaching sirens. We couldn't understand much of what he said, but we heard his footsteps as he ran away. We didn't move until an officer gave us the all clear after they caught the guy in the woods. At first, the police thought that he was just a homeless man bouncing around between empty houses, and for years, that's what we thought too. But a few years later, we learned that the same man confessed to murdering 2 young women. It turned out he'd been a businessman who'd started using his vacation time for extended hunting trips. I'm not really sure how to start this. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing it, but I'm a 37-year-old female and I attract psychopaths. Truly, I'm 3 for 3. I only had one boyfriend in high school, and he set my house on fire after I dumped him. Thankfully, he wasn't very smart, and we were able to put it out before too much damage was done. But he made it clear through various forums that he wanted me and my entire family dead. So, psycho. I was 17 when that happened, and I didn't date again until I was 20. We took it slow at first, but things were really going well, so we moved in together after 6 months. By the 10th month, he started punching holes in the walls, slamming doors. A few weeks after I'd managed to excuse that behavior, he hit me. That's when I decided, no more. I packed my bags and said I was leaving the very next day. That's when he tried to kill me. Before I could blink, he had me by the throat, and the world was going dark. I'd never seen anyone with such pure rage before. The awful way his face looked, there's no doubt he meant to kill me. He was too strong to fight, but in my desperate flailing, I kicked over a table and broke 2 vases. For the first time, I was actually grateful for our cheap apartment's thin walls. The neighbors rushed over just as I was losing consciousness. My ex fled, but the police caught up with him later that night, and I moved out before he was able to make bail. I went to therapy for a year after that, and I didn't date again until I was 28. This guy was the prime example of everything that you see in the movies. He showered me with gifts and affection. He was gentle and understanding. And most of all, he made me feel safe. He never complained about how slow I needed to take things. He seemed perfect. I guess they always do, don't they? 2 years later, things were still great, so I went back to therapy, learned to process my trauma, and we were married before my 31st birthday. About 6 months later is when things started to change. It happened gradually, but by our first wedding anniversary, he became someone I described as quick-tempered and closed off. Then he began working late and on the weekends. One day, I checked his phone while he showered, and I learned that he was having an affair. He may have angered easily, but he'd never been violent. I truly didn't think that he was that kind of man, but he was actually the worst of them all. When I confronted him, he started hitting me, and he didn't stop until I was unconscious. I thought he was going to kill me. But instead, he erased the evidence and denied that anything happened. He was completely out of his mind. I learned my lesson. I pretended to believe him. I even apologized and asked for his forgiveness. I just wanted to survive until he went back to work, so I could pack a bag and get out. All I knew was I needed to get to my parents, and I could figure out the rest later. But he saw right through me. That night, he fixed a romantic dinner, poured some wine. I dared not to turn it down, but I never suspected it was drugged. I passed out before I even finished the meal. I woke up, chained to the basement wall the next morning. He'd put the guest bedroom mattress on the floor, giving me a bucket for the bathroom before leaving for work. He managed to keep me there for almost 2 weeks before my parents realized I was missing. Those 12 days that I was stuck there were by far some of the worst of my life. He was a monster. When he wasn't there, I simply laid on the mattress in agony, waiting for him to return. I kept hoping that each visit would be the one that he killed me. Even when the police finally came, I almost didn't answer them. I just thought they were another dream. It's been a few years since then. I'm happy to report that the bastard is in prison, and I'm single. I think I'm going to stay that way too. Before joining a support group, I really thought that my experience was unique. Horrifying, but unique. It's sad to say that it's really not. So many women and men have been through what I've been through. It's amazing that anyone manages to trust anyone these days. Oh, thanks for listening. Sometimes it's nice to just get that sort of thing off your chest. Good evening, all. My name is Corey, and I thank you in advance for stopping by to hear my humble words of warning. I'm a 31-year-old male, 6'2", and I weigh almost 300 pounds. Okay, I'm a really big dude. We need to get that established up front because it's a relevant part of the story. People have been giving me shit for my size for as long as I can remember, so I learned how to deal with assholes very early in life. And since I'm always so much bigger than they are, I'm used to doing just about whatever I feel like doing to them. Assholes make that mistake a lot. They think that just because a fella enjoys good food, he must be simple. Well, I'm many things, but simple ain't one of them. And I resent the assumption something fierce. All through my childhood, other kids would try to trick me into embarrassing myself. But I never fell for their bullshit. Mama raised a glutton, not a fool. And you'll do well to remember there's a difference. So would I, for that matter. I'm also guilty of making dangerous assumptions. Until a few weeks ago, I assumed anyone who tried to mess with me was a harmless punk. I behaved like my size made me invincible. But that was as naive as the imbeciles I'm sitting here making fun of. I currently live in Georgia, but my family is back in Tennessee. Before my visit in August, I hadn't seen my parents in over a year, so I made the trip out to be with them during my birthday week. We had a great bunch of days together, and I left at 10 on a Thursday night in hopes of avoiding any heavy traffic. The drive is only 4 hours, but my back usually starts hurting in half that time, so I always stop at the same rest area to stretch my legs and use the bathroom. Big guy, tiny bladder, that's how it works. Anyway, this rest area is right at the trio's halfway point. It's not the most well-lit or the nicest of places to stop late at night, but it doesn't scream death trap either. I'd been there at least 5 or 6 times before, and I didn't even see another vehicle on those occasions. Then again, I didn't see one during this visit, so I guess that's not saying very much. I pulled into the empty parking lot at 1:15 midnight and parked right in front of the bathrooms. There was a sign in the center of the small building that indicated men went left and women went right. Each side had a short hallway before turning into the actual bathroom, but I could see from where I stood that the men's light was flickering on and off. I didn't like that, so I decided there was no harm in using the women's. On the off chance that anyone pulled up, I would apologize like crazy and make a quick exit. I only made it a few steps into the actual bathroom part before some deranged guy in a clown costume leapt out of the first stall and gave me the jump scare of my life. He was holding a large knife, had a curly lime green wig, a huge red nose, white gloves, and a green and yellow polka dot jumpsuit that looked like it was part of a Halloween costume. It had orange fuzzy balls around the neck, wrists, and ankles, but he also had a cheap pair of devil horns over his wig, and his makeup looked more like it was for Darth Maul than a clown. Overall, I wasn't impressed as far as costume design. He couldn't have been more than 18, 19. Even through all the gunk on his face, he still just looked like a stupid kid. Once I calmed down from the sudden shock of it all, I was instantly furious. I thought all this clown nonsense had ended years ago. I couldn't believe some idiot was out here still doing that garbage. Plus, he was clearly trying to target women and take it who knows how far. I wasn't about to let him get away with that. At about this same time, his giddy, triumphant laughter was fading into confusion. I could see the gears turning in his tiny brain as he registered the fact that I was not a woman. I was a very large man. I was aware of his knife, but I really didn't believe that he would try to use it on me. I thought he would be like all the other bullies who backed down at the first sign of resistance. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to scare him badly enough to make sure that he didn't try to do this to anyone else. Hell, as I began moving towards him, I was thinking how lucky he was that I wasn't some lunatic with a gun. How I'd probably save his life by putting the fear of God into him while he was still young. Sweet irony. I put on the scariest face I could make and I ran at him, never taking my eyes off that knife until it fell from his terrified hand with a satisfying clink. His face went from menacing psychopath to petrified child in less than a second, and I was so pleased with myself that I forgot to watch his hands. He began backing away from me, pleading. It was only a joke. He didn't mean any harm. He was just having a little fun. The way his voice squeaked, I began to worry that he was even younger than I thought. But then there was a deafening bang that made my head pound, and I could feel the echo vibrating in my clenched teeth. I stopped dead in my tracks, hands shooting to my ears, and that's when I saw the kid's hands had gone to his ears as well, only now he was suddenly holding a gun. I had no clue how it got there, but I was so surprised that it took me several more seconds to realize it had caused the bang. It wasn't until the ringing stopped and I could hear the kid talking that the pieces fell into place. Well, actually, he was crying, apologizing, and begging me to leave him alone. He kept saying it was an accident, that he didn't know it was loaded. Then I noticed he was staring at my feet and looked down. There was a mark on the concrete where the bullet hit, and the ricochet grazed my leg. There was a good amount of blood there, so the kid thought that he shot me. Hell, I did at first glance, but I only needed a few stitches. Basically, I was really, really lucky. Me and that kid could have lost our lives that night. I think we both needed to learn a lesson. Just remember, folks, you gotta be careful with people. Even when they're not crazy, they're downright careless. It doesn't take malice to make a murderer. Any dumbass can kill somebody. I guess most would consider it common sense to be careful about online hookups and that rule applies to everyone. But I'll be the first to admit that being a woman who dates other women, I'd never really had genuine safety concerns in the online dating department. Sure, some women have used heavily edited photos, but I don't exactly live in a place where the lesbian dating pool is thriving. And no woman has ever tried to rob or kidnap me. At least not until this last time. I met a hot ginger named Becca, and we hit it off on a level that I hadn't experienced. We did the whole chatting online and on the phone daily for almost a month before we finally made plans for a real date. I've never really been a serious relationship type of gal, so it actually was kind of a big deal that I wanted this to happen. I was so nervous that I disregarded about a dozen red flags along the way. We lived about 2 hours apart, so we chose a restaurant in the middle and planned to meet at 7:30. This meant we should have left our respective apartments by 6:30, yet she didn't even call me until 7:15. I'd already gotten us a booth by then. She explained her car wouldn't start, and when I asked why she waited so long to call, she launched into an explanation of how her brother was to fix it, but not having much luck. She sounded near tears, and I was fully consumed by the desire to make her feel better. Before I knew it, I was offering to come pick her up. I already hoped to end the night at her house, so why not skip a few steps? But then, it apparently would have saved me 30 minutes if she went home with her brother, and I drove to his house instead. I should have been extremely suspicious with all of the plan changes, but I reasoned that she was just nervous about me. Of course she wanted her brother around. I could have easily turned out to be some kind of psycho. I thought the GPS was taking me on some kind of weird shortcut when it wanted me to turn off the main highway onto some small country road, barely big enough to call a 2-lane highway. But Becca confirmed that was the only way there. She said I'd only need to follow it for 2 miles, and then his driveway would be the last one on the left before the old wooden bridge. It sounded simple enough, and I'd already gone so far. I called her back after going 3 miles without seeing a bridge, and she apologized some more. She's just awful with directions. She should have let her brother tell me. You know the drill. Well, to cut a pointless part of the story short, my dumbass drove another 30 minutes and called 3 more times before I saw the bridge. I had expected a normal house and driveway, but this looked like a 1-lane gravel road without streetlights. The road was pitch black before I got my headlights on it, so again, I called Becca. And this was the first time my spidey senses finally tingled. She assured me that it was just a long driveway and to keep going, but when we were about to hang up, she swore and complained their power had just gone out. In an attempt to comfort myself, I made a joke about being afraid of the dark and asked her to wait outside so I didn't have to go into the scary house. She hesitated a bit longer than I expected and said that she needed a few more minutes to get ready, that I should come in and have a drink while I waited. I didn't like that at all. And I was so nervous that I hadn't realized how ridiculous it was that she would need more time in her brother's dark house after she should have been ready before leaving her own home. I decided to drop all pretenses. I offered to turn on my brights so that she could get a good look inside the car and the trunk and whatever else she needed to feel safe. But things were playing out a little too weird for my own peace of mind. I genuinely expected her to laugh and agree, but she became noticeably irritated and said that she couldn't believe I didn't trust her, that she thought we were past such ridiculous paranoias. Basically, she was guilt-tripping me just to throw me off while I was already confused. I finally agreed to come inside, just so I could have some time to think before pulling up, but then she wouldn't let me off the phone. She started talking about all of the fun things we were going to do and heavily implied that we would likely end up back at her place anyway. That's when alarm bells really began whistling. 1 second it sounded like she wanted to call off the whole night, and the next it sounded like she was waiting to jump into my arms the second I crossed the threshold. I got desperate then and didn't really care if she knew I was faking it. I just wanted to think, nothing more. After coming to a slow stop, I used an old peppermint wrapper to create a static noise in the phone. And when we played a few rounds of "Can you hear me?" tag, I went to hang up then, but at the last second, I muted her instead. She called out a few final hellos before breathing out a frustrated sigh and speaking to whoever was with her. "Don't worry, she's coming inside, but we gotta hurry. The next one's only." That's when she hung up. But that's all I needed to hear. I wanted to turn around right there, but the ditches on either side of the driveway were so steep that I'd never get out. If I make a mistake, it was over. If it hadn't been such a long way, I might have tried to reverse out, but straight ahead was my only real option. I thought I was going to puke the whole time I was turning around, and I nearly did when Becca began calling the second I didn't stop. Obviously, I didn't answer. All I cared about was escaping. She called 4 times and sent a string of increasingly hostile messages before giving up. I was so paranoid of being followed or found through online breadcrumbs that I drove to the police station. But her profile was deleted by then. Still, I'm glad I went. It turns out a girl from a few counties over had gone missing under similar circumstances the previous month. The address they gave me was to a house that had been empty for years, hence the sudden loss of power. And there was enough evidence left behind to indicate that there had been more than just 2 people waiting inside. Needless to say, I'm done with online dating, at least for a while. It's been a couple of months since I graduated from high school, and I've been looking forward to the freedom and excitement that comes with this new chapter in my life. However, there's something unsettling that's been eating away at my newfound sense of liberation. The suspicion that I'm being stalked by someone from my past, and honestly, I have no idea why. It all started innocently enough. With a few chance encounters in public places, I brushed it off initially, chalking it up to mere coincidences. They looked like someone I hadn't seen for a long time. Maybe they moved back. Maybe it wasn't even them. But soon, these encounters became more frequent, and I couldn't ignore the deep sense of unease in the pit of my stomach. One particular incident stands out in my mind. The one that set off alarm bells and made me truly believe I was being stalked. I was walking through a busy downtown street, lost in my thoughts, when I noticed someone trailing a few steps too close behind me. I turned slightly and could confirm my suspicions. It was Hannah, a former classmate whom I hadn't spoken with in years due to her moving away sophomore year. So it was all some strange coincidence. Until I noticed a pattern. Everywhere I went, the local mall, my favorite coffee shop, even the park near my house, Hannah was there, lurking in the background like a shadow. It wasn't just passing resemblance either. It was undoubtedly her. The way she walked, the unique birthmark on her cheek, there was no mistaking it. What alarmed me the most was when I realized she had somehow managed to obtain my phone number. I started receiving anonymous text, subtly alluding to personal details that only someone close to me would know. Then just throwing in weird stuff like your secrets aren't safe. Just pointless because sure, we all have stuff we'd prefer the world doesn't know, but I don't have secrets that I'm scared of the world hearing. For some reason, I just knew it was her, even before she eventually revealed who she was. When she did, she just acted like it was all a joke I was supposed to be in on. I asked her how she got my number, but she never gave me those details, just continued to cross boundaries. It was as if she was watching my every move, liking and commenting on everything I posted, sending me DMs related to anything I posted. She even started to post pictures of herself at places I'd been to, using or taking photos of things that had either been on my Instagram or that I'd bought in public recently, places I'd seen her at. I was getting super overwhelmed, seeing this online, piled on with the texts and chance encounters, where she'd really just watch me, not approach me or speak to me. I couldn't handle it, and so since then I've taken every precaution to avoid her. Not only did I block her number, but I blocked her on all my social media accounts, and I even started taking different routes to my usual destinations. But no matter how hard I try, I can't shake the feeling of being watched, like she's always one step behind me or in front of me. And it drives me crazy that I just cannot figure out why she's doing this. To cope with the unsettling situation, I confided in my best friend and family. They've been supportive, assuring me that my safety is their priority. They keep telling me that it's not my job to figure out why they're doing it, that she's unwell or something. I trust them, so I'm keeping my distance. Together, we devised a few strategies to keep me safe or make me feel that way, such as sharing my daily whereabouts with my trusted individuals and ensuring I'm never alone in vulnerable situations. Despite my efforts to distance myself, the constant fear and anxiety, they've taken a toll on my everyday life. It's made it difficult to fully embrace the excitement and freedom that should come with this new phase of life. Instead, I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder and questioning even the most benign encounters. I went to a small private school, and the bullies were absolutely brutal during my freshman year. I got thrown in trash cans, given atomic wedgies, and had more swirlies than I can count. But there was one kid named Timmy who got it way worse. He was every asshole's wet dream. He wore glasses, got straight A's, pulled his pants up a little too high, and the poor guy's face was filled with more craters than the moon. His family was also poor, so his clothes were never the right brand, and he always brought his lunch in a Pokemon lunchbox. Don't get me wrong, I love Pokemon, but I wasn't dumb enough to brag about it at a school full of ignorant rednecks who only cared about sticking their faces into deer blood. Anyway, Timmy was regularly taunted, beaten up, and just all around tortured. They once held him against a wall while one boy pulled his pants open and another squirted an entire bottle of ketchup and mustard inside. On another occasion, they went into his locker. We didn't have locks unless we bought one ourselves, and they poured a jar of fire ants into his backpack. I think they wanted to break him. More than just being an easy target, Timmy never reacted. He didn't get angry, he didn't cry, he just took it. I don't remember exactly what they were doing to him when someone finally asked him about it, but he said that it was because he didn't want his brother to go back to juvie. That only made everything worse. They thought that he was trying to scare them, so they called his bluff. It was a small town, and everyone felt it was impossible to have some badass criminal brother that no one knew about. Well, as it would turn out, our town wasn't quite that small. It was only a few weeks later when one of the sophomores finally took things too far. We were all walking to lunch when the older kid saw Timmy crouched beneath a tree. He had found a fallen bird's nest with one egg still intact, and he was trying to put it back onto the branch. Seeing this, the sophomore grabs the egg and smashes it. I wasn't close enough to hear their exchange, but whatever Timmy said as he walked away bothered the older kid enough to leave him standing slack-jawed beneath the tree. That happened on a Thursday. On Friday, Timmy didn't come to school. And on Saturday, that sophomore was admitted to the hospital with multiple broken ribs, a fractured arm, a cracked skull, and several large purpling bruises covering his body. Come to find out, Timmy's brother Craig was 2 years older than us and huge. He was so mean to other kids that his parents began homeschooling him in 3rd grade. At age 12, he pushed a neighborhood kid in front of a car, and she almost died. He showed no remorse until he figured out that's what it took to get released from juvie, and then he was full of the stuff. He got out the summer before our freshman year, and though he treated the rest of the world like shit, he had a soft spot for his little brother. When Timmy told him, well, whatever he told him, Craig was furious. Friday evening, he drove Timmy to the school as it was letting out, so he could point out the sophomore. Then they followed the kid home. Saturday, Craig returned to his house and waited for the kid to go walking down the street. He was on his way to a friend's house, but he never made it. Once he was out of view of his own home, Craig pulled up beside him and asked for a lighter. Then he offered him a ride as a thanks. Obviously, the decision to say yes was a mistake that guy will never forgive himself for. But if you didn't know Craig, he looked like any other normal teenager, just really big. Once the kid was in the car, Craig asked if he was in a hurry, because if he wasn't, he could show off the new engine he just put in his Mustang. Of course, that sounded great to a teenage boy, so they drove out of the neighborhood and got onto the highway, where they could really punch the gas. That's when Craig properly introduced himself as Timmy's brother. I imagine the sophomore's fear was instant. They then drove to an old park, where there were batting cages and tennis courts. A new one had just been built a few miles away, so everyone was going there instead. Parking next to the batting cages, Craig removed a bat and a bag of balls from his trunk. Apparently, he was so much bigger that he felt a regular fight would be too easy, and he wanted to have some fun, so he gave the kid a choice. They could have a regular fight. Craig could beat him black and blue and call an ambulance after, or he could stand at the end of the batting cage and play dodgeball. It was one of those choices that wasn't really a choice. Plus, the kid thought that most of the balls would miss. He was wrong about that part. More than half were solid hits. But it was a gamble either way. Who knows how much damage Craig's fists could have done, or if he would have been able to stop himself as easily as just running out of balls. But the kid also left there with a cracked skull because of a hit to the head. What if 2 balls had hit him, or 3? He's lucky to be alive. For all those months, Timmy endured things that would make most adults crack in order to keep his brother out of trouble. But that bird's egg was his final straw. Maybe he had a soft spot for animals. Maybe that particular kid had just pushed him too far, too many times. The previous week, he held Timmy down and poured hot sauce into his mouth until he couldn't breathe. I guess it doesn't really matter. The point is, nobody messed with him again after this. At least not at our school. That summer, his family moved out of state, and I haven't heard a thing about him since. I'm a 21-year-old female, and I still drive the same car my dad bought me when I was 16. It was a brand new red Mustang, but it didn't have automatic locks, and that was a must for my dad. I thought he was being picky and neurotic, and I just wanted that one. Neither of us was willing to bend, so our solution was for the dealership to keep it for a few days while they installed automatic locks. I threw a fit. I was a spoiled brat who wanted her car now. I didn't care what kind of locks the damn thing had. I just wanted the freedom to leave my parents' house under my own volition. And 3 days might as well have been 3 months. Of course, in reality, the time flew by. And once I got the car, I was much happier than I would have been with manual locks. I know this because they let me choose whether or not I wanted to wait 2 more days so they could also install automatic windows, and I said no. It's a decision I still deeply, deeply regret. But I digress. Overall, I never really thought about those locks or the drama they caused again. Not until about 2 weeks ago. I've just now gotten to the point where I can talk about it without having a full-blown panic attack, but I don't like to dwell on it for too long, so I'm going to try to make it quick. My best friend is getting married next month, and I'm her maid of honor, so I've been running a lot of errands after work. On this particular evening, I had to pick up my dress from the bridal shop, which is in a huge shopping plaza. The parking lot was still packed, and the only spot I could find was pretty far in the back, but I didn't think much of it aside from the extra walking inconvenience. Once inside, I tried on my dress, and the hem was still a hair too long. So the seamstress lady measured me again, only once she got started, she decided the shoulders didn't sit quite right either. The whole time, she's muttering things under her breath like she just couldn't believe she'd made a mistake. Then she took a closer look at my waist, and I saw her face pale in the mirror. She looked horrified and began chanting, "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," as she ran from the fitting room. I was in there so long that I almost went looking for someone, but then the manager rushed in with a box underneath her arm, and yeah, long story cut short, they'd given me the other bridesmaid's dress. We are almost the same size, but not quite. Thankfully, my dress fit perfectly, and I was able to get to my next errand, which was in the same shopping center, but by the time I was ready to leave, it was fully dark outside. The parking lot was almost empty, and I had a clear line of sight to my car from the store as I walked out. I was so happy to be finally done with my errands that my eyes were locked onto it, and it alone. As I stepped outside, a man in a dark green raincoat appeared in front of me. I have no idea where he came from, but he launched into a sob story about being out of gas. He said his girlfriend worked at the service station down the road, and if I could just give him a ride down there, she could bring him back. When I looked at his face, his eye was twitching. It looked like he was tweaking out on something pretty bad. I said, "Sorry, I can't," and tried to go around him, but he grabbed my arm. Hard. I had small bruises from where his fingers dug in. He was cursing me under his breath, but I barely noticed. I screamed and simultaneously yanked my arm away as hard as I could. My arm came free, but my cardigan sleeve remained in his grasp. Stealing a quick look around, I saw that we were completely alone and didn't think twice. I twisted out of the cardigan and left it behind like the garbage it was as I broke into a full sprint. While running, I could hear the man's footsteps pounding the pavement behind me, and my heart fluttered each time I heard him stumble. I'm sure those little slips were also instrumental in saving my life. I'm not a very fast runner, so they didn't give me the lead I would have liked, but they got me to safety. Digging my keys out, I hit the unlock button repeatedly until I was actually opening the door, and then I had it locked again before it was even shut behind me. The same instant it slammed closed, there was a loud bang, and the entire car shook with a heavy impact. If I'd been even a single second slower, he would have had me and my car to do whatever he pleased. It was only later, after I made it home, that I realized if my dad hadn't insisted on those automatic locks, I would have had to manually unlock my door when the guy was chasing me. There's no way that I could have made it. I haven't told my dad because I don't want to scare him. He already hates that I live in the city, but I'm getting him one hell of a Christmas present this year. Thanks, Dad. Less than a year ago, I moved to a new house in a fairly rural area. I'm only a few minutes outside of town, but I don't really have any neighbors. It's a nice place. I sort of spent my life savings on the down payment, expecting it to be my forever home. But there's already been so many awful memories that I don't even know if I want to live here anymore. The previous owner, they swore it was haunted. I don't personally believe in that kind of stuff, but within a few days, I started to reevaluate my position. I'd hear footsteps when no one was there, and the worst of it happened at night. Items in the kitchen would get moved around, along with the TV remote. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. Then I started taking pictures of where things were before going to bed, and I knew something was going on. Next, I bought cameras to put up in the kitchen and the living room, and I had my answer the following morning. The bottom of the staircase is paneled, and it used to have a large square air vent. I watched in absolute horror as that vent cover was removed and a filthy old man came out of the crawl space. He was bald, had a full, scraggly beard, and wore a torn wife beater, a pair of stained swimming trunks, and flip-flops. He then proceeded to the kitchen, where he helped himself to dinner and snacks. After eating, he took some bottled water and snacks back beneath the stairs and reappeared a moment later with a bag of trash that he took outside. He had a whole routine. Next, he sat on the couch, watched TV for a few hours before going upstairs. There's only a couple of rooms and a second bathroom up there, so I didn't install cameras in those places. It terrifies me to think about what he was doing up there. He didn't come back down for over a half an hour, but that's when he finally went back into his cubbyhole and replaced the vent cover. I watched the whole video while sitting less than 20 feet away from the staircase, and I still couldn't really wrap my head around the fact that someone was actually living under there. It didn't seem like he noticed the cameras, so I felt safe enough to stay there a while I waited for the police. I wasn't sure how much he could hear, so I stepped outside to make the call. And I watched that air vent like a hawk until they arrived. I met the officers outside to show them the recording, after which they said the most horrifying thing I could imagine. Apparently, this sort of thing, secret roommates, isn't that uncommon. I don't understand how this is an actual thing. Since we didn't know if the man had any weapons, the police let me wait in their squad car while they removed my unwanted guest. They said he surrendered without a fight, but he saw me when they brought him outside, and he gave me the most hateful glare I've ever been on the receiving end of. If looks could kill, I would have dropped dead on the spot. When asked if I wanted to press charges, I enthusiastically agreed. I know there's got to be some of you thinking he was just a harmless old man down on his luck. Maybe you think I'm awful. Maybe I am. When I made that decision, I was only thinking about my own peace of mind. I didn't want to go to bed every night wondering if he would try to get back into my house. When I made that decision, I had no idea that he was a murderer. The police, they didn't make that discovery until they booked him and ran his DNA, which had been sitting in a system, unidentified. He'd been linked to the murder of a woman who was killed while hitchhiking in the 90s. Who knows if he has more victims out there? I've since added a door to the space under the stairs and converted it to a storage space. Even though my former secret roommate won't be getting out of prison during this lifetime, it still makes me feel better if I can see inside all the nooks and crannies. I guess that's it, though. That's my story. I wish like hell it wasn't true, but thanks for listening. When a coworker of mine, who we'll call Ari, had died, I went to her funeral in Redding, California. We worked at the market down next to the post office on the Ave. The whole atmosphere of the funeral was kind of sad, which I guess is to be expected, but not only because Ari had died, but because not a lot of people had showed up. It was just me and a couple of other coworkers. For my story, I've changed her name to Ari because God rest her soul. I understand why only a few people came to pay their respects on her final resting day. Well, I'm surprised a couple of these people didn't spit on her casket as they were wheeling her down. To put it lightly, Ari was a mean old bitch. Example, a few members of the community church, two nice gentlemen, walk in and invite us to a Mother's Day dinner. They'd be hosting it that weekend. They hand Ari and I pamphlets with the event information. I said thank you. Ari took the paper and put her cigarette out on it. Then she puts the back of her hand up to her forehead with the devil horns up, saying, "Hex on you, hex on you," over and over, while laughing in between. I was so embarrassed standing next to her. The two men stood there for a long moment, watching Ari make a fool out of herself, before thanking us for our time and exiting. When they left, she just laughed and laughed. She had almost a senile old lady vibe about her, with clear intentions, if that makes sense. And she really liked to put hexes on people. She told me that she was a witch and had practiced black magic. Every time someone would piss her off, she'd throw up the devil horns and start hexing them. Men, women, children, she didn't care. If you pissed Ari off, you got hexed and hissed at. How did Ari not get fired? Well, her equally batshit crazy husband owned the market. I'd never met him in person. But Ari, she was there every day until closing. A girl who started a year after me was also at the funeral. We were all smoking a bowl outside the gates and sharing funny stories. This girl says she has one, but it's not very funny. The girl goes on to share that on her first night working with Ari, a cop had pulled in to grab something, asked if they had a bathroom that he could use. Ari slowly lifts her hand like she's gonna point, then quickly puts the devil sign in front of her forehead and starts hissing at him. The new girl had to point out the restrooms and then ring the officer up while they both tried to ignore her hissing and hexing him. When he returned to his patrol car, he pulled out onto Eureka. His car gets demolished by a semi going over the speed limit. The girl, Becca, tells Ari to call 911, runs out the doors towards the accident. The truck driver is unconscious behind the wheel. In front of his truck are trees, wooden telephone poles, and a moon-shaped cop cruiser. It was a gruesome sight, and the cop was visibly too far gone for any CPR to help. The truck driver is still alive, though, covered in blood and glass. Becca tries to shake him to wake him up, but he only groans. She can sense the passing of time and starts to wonder, why aren't the ambulance or any other response vehicles here yet? She decides she's got to get something to stop the bleeding, so she runs back to the market, gets some medical supplies from the shelves. When she gets back, she asks Ari how long is the ambulance going to be. She tells Becca that she never made the call. Becca starts freaking out, scrambles for the phone to make the call herself. After she hangs up, she runs back out to the accident, but by the time she's returned, the truckers died. Within minutes, ambulances and fire trucks arrive at the scene to help. I'm pretty shocked. This seemed crazy, even for Ari. I asked Becca why she came to the funeral. She said she wasn't even planning on coming, but she knew that I'd be there, hoping I could sell her some weed. The other two coworkers rode with Becca. I'm sure they just planned on smoking with her. Nobody was really at the funeral for Ari besides me. Ari was old and mean, but she'd also shown me some, if only a glimmer, of humor and kindness the longer we worked together. I don't know. She deserved to have no one at her funeral, but I think I'm really gonna miss her. Back in 1986, I'm a 19-year-old female walking home after just finishing my shift at Denny's. I didn't have a car, but I didn't live too far from the restaurant, so unless a coworker gave me a lift, I was walking. I was definitely feeling tired and beat, so I welcomed the headlights piercing through the fog as I made my way home. There's a portion of this walk that's a bit more isolated. Some of it takes you through dark alleyways. Even on a normal night, it offers a bit of an unsettling ambiance. However, on this night, that bad feeling only continued to grow. I felt it even before I saw them. In the distance, a figure emerged, rather tall, with large, puffy hair, a clown-like silhouette. As they stepped a bit more into the streetlight, it was obvious their face was painted, resembling some sort of ghastly white mask. His clothes were tattered, torn, yet the color was a vibrant hue of blue, possibly orange or red. I noticed all these details. Since he'd emerged into the light, he hadn't moved, just stood there, silently and still. It was only a matter of seconds before I felt a huge sense of dread. What was he doing? I'm not sure what to do in this situation other than turn around and take a slightly different route. It would add some serious time to my walk, but at least I wouldn't have to pass this guy. Into the 80s, a cell phone wasn't even a thought for me. I knew running away was my best chance to get out of this oddly terrifying situation. The moment I turned my back, I felt horrified. What if he's running now, after me? The air grew colder, but I refused to turn around, only picking up my steps even quicker than before. But I heard other steps too, the shuffling of larger footsteps carrying a larger form than my own. The dread in my chest made it hard to breathe as I ran. All I could think about was if the man caught up to me, I wouldn't even stand a chance. He stood at least a foot taller than me. I had no weapon, no self-defense training. Never needed it before. I quickened my pace, each step a bit more desperate and exhausted than the last. I darted through narrow alleyways, my heart practically beating out of my chest cavity. I kept trying to find more light. Finally, I'd made it to where I could see my work again. That's when I finally looked back. At first, nothing. But then, like some sort of nightmare, I hear those heavy footsteps, and the clown man is suddenly in view again. He sees me, locks eyes menacingly, and immediately starts running at me. Closing in with each stride, I couldn't believe this was happening to me. With a pounding heart and adrenaline's rush, I stumbled into my work, a sanctuary, if you will. From inside the restaurant, I panted, seeking relief and fighting to get the words out as my eyes remained glued on the last spot I'd seen the clown. A coworker, a classic tough guy, said that he could see the man. He goes outside and walks towards a shadowy figure in the parking lot across the street. Another coworker calls 911. Before our coworker reaches the parking lot, the clown man removes something from his suit. A knife. It's not a small one either. We can all see it. My coworker stops in his tracks. We assume that he's assessing the situation. That's when he turns around, running back into the restaurant. After telling everyone what had happened for the millionth time, a coworker finally gave me a ride home so I could sleep off the whole ordeal. From then on, I was always sure to have a ride, especially at night, even if it meant staying late or getting up early. Hell, sometimes both. Anything beats getting chased down by a lunatic. That's someone I'm happy to never meet again. When I was around 6 or 7, my mom would take me to a little park located near our apartment complex. It was a regular favorite for us to visit. One day we arrived, and on the other side of the play area was another mother-son team with an older woman sitting with them. I assumed it was the grandma. The boy was around my age, so I approached him and asked if he wanted to play tag. He agreed, and we chased each other back and forth across this big wooden play structure shaped like a pirate ship. When we got to this wooden bridge part, the boy got a bit rough with me. I tagged him because, name of the game, but he responded by pushing me off of the thing. It wasn't that high, but I wasn't very big. Admittedly, the first thing I did was look over at my mom. She was preoccupied reading her book. I hear the kid yell down at me that I'm it again. He says he tagged me, I slipped, so I was it again. Clearly this was cheating, but I was up for the challenge. I got up, started chasing him, caught up to him too. That's when he obliged by the rules and started to chase me. Only when he caught up to me, he didn't just tag me. He pushed me down, hard. I'd never had someone act this way before. My cousins definitely weren't assholes. And at school, this behavior got you on the fence, or worse, the office. He laughed a shitty laugh. Obviously didn't help me up and just sort of ran away. Still down in the wood chips, not giving chase to the kid, I hear the kind voice of a woman, the one I'd assumed was the grandmother. "My goodness, you all right, boy? Let me help you up." And so she did. "That boy there, he's quite rough, yeah?" I nodded in agreement. "Yeah, sure is. Rotten, that one," she said. Then she grabbed my hand, placing something inside of it, telling me, "You ought to teach that boy a lesson. Go on, use this on him. See if he ever pushes someone down again. Careful now. Don't hurt yourself in the process. Do it like this." She takes what I recognize as a small razor blade from my hand, showing me the sharp side up. She hands it back to me, this time putting it in my fingers, and she smiles. Then she just walks away. I wonder what to do with this sharp object in my hand. I watch as the old woman just walks past the benches, onto a trail, out of sight, opposite direction of my apartment. The other boy starts to run towards me, and I don't want to hurt him by any means. Sure, he was rude, but I'm not going to make the kid bleed. I run over to my mom. I tell her everything best I can articulate. My only way of knowing that I maybe conveyed it correctly was her reaction wasn't dismissive. Next thing I remember is standing with my mom at a payphone. She was talking to the police, telling them everything, I assume. She sounded pissed. All I remember from there is thinking, what if that lady comes back? What if she has more razor blades? What if she finds me? Luckily, that never happened. I sort of lost interest in the park after that day. Or maybe my mom just never let me go back or wanted me there. Either way, it was no longer our favorite spot. People really do ruin everything. The hood of my car is completely engulfed in flames. It's rush hour in East LA, and the people could give a fuck less about the spectacle taking place next to them. They're all too busy mentally preparing for their day ahead, distracted enough to ignore the man pushing a fireball down the road. Hi, my name is Amir. I bet you're wondering how I got there. Well, I'm pretty sure my car was haunted. It was also cheap, so no, I'm absolutely not throwing that out as a suspected reason why I no longer have my means of transportation. But up until the spontaneous explosion of my engine, none of the issues have been mechanical, just unsettling. The car was a 2011 Toyota Yaris hatchback. I'd purchased it used from the owner on Craigslist. I even checked the car's history. No accidents, not one scratch. A month goes by, and even with the music off, I still hear talking in the car. A couple times I've looked in my rearview mirror, and only for an instant will I make eye contact with someone in the back seat. Every time, I scream and almost crash. Of course, during the first month, I attempted to gaslight myself, creating absurd excuses in my head as to why I was experiencing these terrors. Black shadow mass in the back seat. It could have been the light hitting my eyes at just the right angle in the mirror. And the whispers, they could easily be attributed to the friction of slightly low tires. But then one afternoon, while driving home from work, a cop pulls me over. I'm already paranoid that he'll smell the weed, but this interaction went in a direction I didn't expect. When the cop asks for my license and registration, he leans into my window and says, "Where'd your buddy go?" In my paranoid brain, I think he's making a Mary Jane reference or something. But thankfully, before I have an opportunity to act on my assumption and incriminate myself, I stuttered out, "Buddy, sir?" The cop still has his head looking into my back seat, and then he quickly recoils out to scan the desolate road. His attention focuses back on me, and this time his delivery clearly spoken with aggravation. He tells me that when he lit up the car and pulled us over, he clearly saw 2 occupants in the car. With my hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, I try to explain that I'm the only one here. The officer is having none of it. My words fall upon deaf ears as he takes another step back, removing his gun from the holster and telling me to get out of the car. I've never been a big anarchist in my youth. My style and music taste is rather bland, And physically, I'll never be the biggest man in a social situation. So when Mr. Policeman pointed his gun at me, I listened. He searches me, cuffs me, then puts me in the back of his car before turning around and searching under and around my car for the second occupant. He obviously never found one. He was sure he'd seen someone in my car, but was equally as sure that he hadn't seen anyone get away. He'd only pulled me over to discuss my tabs, not really an arrestable offense, so I was released. There was something about his entire demeanor after he'd thoroughly investigated my car and its surroundings. Clearly, he was spooked. Getting back into my car after that felt different, to say the least. Was I relieved that someone else witnessed the strangeness? Only slightly. Sure, I'm not crazy, but I still had to drive the car. So, after that event, but before my car was engulfed in flames on the highway, there's one other occurrence that solidified my unease. It's another one I can't really explain. This happened at one of the most inopportune times imaginable. That seems to be a trend in my life, but anyway, I was on a date. The date was going well. Actually, screw that, it was going great. Like, we're hitting it off, chemistry for sure. We met up at this outdoor movie event put on by the city where my date lived. Close to my own, but a bit bigger. It wasn't fancy. I mean, the movie playing was Scooby-Doo, so our expectations were that level. After that good time, we decided to walk around the park with the brilliant idea of going to catch the sunset with some ice cream. This is where my date trusts me enough to get into my car. And how do I repay her? Well, I open the door for her, and as she gets in, I see her face change dramatically. She's instantly turned off, and I'm instantly insecure. Then I smell it. My car smells like an ashtray, like my grandmother's old trailer, heavy and thick. It was like actual smoke should have accompanied the smell, but there was none. My date and I are still sort of connected since I was holding her hand as I got her into the car. In a total knee-jerk reaction, I pulled her back out of the car, apologizing profusely. She's confused, saying she didn't realize I was a smoker. She's also apologizing for her reaction. I explain that I'm not a smoker, and she gives me a look of disappointment, saying, I could handle if you were a smoker. I mean, I'd probably make you quit, but lying? That's just stupid. And without another word, she was walking back to where I'd originally met her. Obviously, I don't smoke cigarettes. And before you say that it was probably weed, it wasn't. If you've ever smoked weed or smelled cigarettes, you know the difference. And this was clearly tobacco smoke. That smell, it lasted for 3 days. It made me physically sick, and I almost considered selling the car at that point, for real. And that brings us to the highway fire. Normal commute for me is several hours in the car, at least one in awful traffic. What gets me through all of this is the radio. I'm in between songs listening to some banter on K-Rock when I catch a glimpse of this shadow in the back seat. I do my normal, get scared and almost wreck my car, and then I'm incredibly frustrated, almost punching at my steering wheel but holding back. My radio then cuts out, just going into no signal mode. A loud, intense static fills my car, far louder than the music or discussion that was happening prior. I'm driving like an asshole now, but for whatever reason, nothing I do to the radio makes a difference. So I give up, and then it stops. I don't even want to be in the car at this point, but what choice do I have? I don't bother trying to turn the radio back on. I decide I'll drive in silence. Of course, that's interrupted by the faint sound of talking, familiar, but distressing nonetheless. As I'm looking forward, I see from the top of my vision, the rear-view mirror starts to tilt ever so slightly. I look at it. No shadow there, but I swear on everything, I felt something in that car. It felt like it was sitting right next to me, and it looked as though it was moving the mirror towards itself. I move my gaze slightly, and sure enough, a black mass is idling in the passenger seat. This all happened in a matter of seconds, all while I calmly try merging towards the far lane to exit. It wasn't my exit, but I just had that horrible feeling about being on the road, being in this car. I felt as though I was losing control of the car itself. I wish so badly I could explain what that felt like, accurately anyway, but I'll try. It felt like even though I wanted to slow down, I was finding myself accelerating. I wanted to keep my eyes on the road, but this black mass was pulling all of my attention, all of my focus. My hands on the steering wheel were burning. Instead of pulling back or protecting them in some way, I dug them in, creating an unnecessarily strong grip. Painful, yet I couldn't stop. Before I even make it over 2 lanes, I smell smoke. It smells like burning plastic. And immediately after, I see the entire hood of my car engulfed in flames. I somehow managed to make it over another 2 lanes without hitting anyone. As I reach the shoulder, it feels like the steering wheel is going to burn through my hands. Straight panicking that this car is going to lock me inside of it, burning me alive, I open the driver's side door, putting one foot out as I slow to a stop. Finally, I throw it in park, barely have enough time to grab my phone as another roar of flames bursts through the interior of my car. I waited close to an hour, all while watching my car burn. Ironically, I was now the traffic I despise so much. But I thought to myself, no way has anyone ever had such an excuse to cause traffic. This quite literally wasn't my fault. Yet here I was. Well, here I am. No car, working with a rental. No future car plans in sight, given that I bought the car so cheap and not from a dealership. My quote from the insurance I already can't afford is about enough to cover a down payment for a car I could never afford. But at least I'm alive. I've tried to reach out to the guy who sold me the car, but I can't get any sort of response from him. He's told me the same thing twice now, so maybe that's why. All the car's history is in the report. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. But thanks for teaching me that there is such thing as a deal too good to be true. I don't know, man. I think I'm still in shock. This is a memory my sister and I have from when we were kids. We both remember it exactly the same. We were walking down the hallway towards our bedroom when we saw a strange figure at the end of the hall, just outside our room. It was your stereotypical, almost transparent figure under a bedsheet type of thing. No feet, just hovering. Only it wasn't pure white. It had more of a greenish-blue glow to it. We stood frozen, and we waited for it to move. We knew that our parents were in the living room, just behind us, to our right. It started to glide forward, but before it got far, we'd forced our legs to make us move in the direction of our parents, and we ran without looking back. Our parents consoled us and went to examine the hallway themselves. They saw nothing, but what did we see? Whatever it was, we never saw it again. I think I saw a ghost once. I was pretty young and it was late at night. Young, tired, dark room, old house. So I could have just imagined it, but I saw a figure, lighter than a person should have been in that light, eerily quiet, and dressed in something that resembled a 40s suit. He came out of my closet, which were also the stairs to the attic. He walked across the end of my bed towards the door, stopped, and kind of looked in my direction. He sat on the corner of my bed, sort of looking at his feet. He looked like he let out a sigh, got up, walked through the door. As soon as he passed through the door, the phone rang. I had a ghost experience in my last house. I was 13, and my bedroom was on the bottom floor of my raised ranch house. The rest of my family had bedrooms upstairs. The very first night I slept down here, it was extremely eerie, and I always had the feeling that something or someone was watching me. I'd had weird things happen every now and then, like hearing footsteps, random knocks, things moved, etc. Maybe 2 months later, I go to sleep one night. I've turned off all the lights, shut the door, and I've fallen asleep. I woke up at 2 a.m. with every single hair on my body standing up, and I immediately noticed the light outside my door is on, and my bedroom door is open. I turn over slowly, and I start to hear footsteps which sound like they're in front of my room, walking down the hall. So I'm terrified, staring at my open doorway with the light on, hearing these footsteps, and I hear 2 jiggles on the locked door down the hall. Not a doubt in my mind what the sound was. I use that door every day. And that door leads to the garage, which was closed, so it was jiggled from the inside. To this day, I've never felt as absolutely fucking petrified as I was when I heard this. I literally couldn't move. Then I heard the footsteps again, maybe 5 or 6 of them, walk over from the door, back to in front of my room. I could just feel a presence there. I was aware of what was happening. I did what any 13-year-old would do. I turned over slowly to the wall, closed my eyes hard as I could, and forced myself to sleep. I eventually moved out of the house, but goddamn, never experienced anything like that before or since. 5 years later, I come to find out that the grandfather of the family who lived in my house before us died in the downstairs bedroom that I was living in. I grew up in the backwoods of rural Maine. I met my wife, then girlfriend, in high school. My father built our house from the ground up on land acquired from my grandfather. Some strange happenings have happened in those woods, but those are stories for another time. My wife's childhood home was an 1820s farmhouse that was set on a desolate street near a mountain. She had relatively close neighbors, but all was usually pretty quiet. No street lights on the street, and the vast majority of sound came from the frogs in the woods. She'd always told me odd and strange happenings occurring at the home, but I always kind of just dismissed them. Her parents moved to Florida for work, and her brother was already in the military stationed on the other side of the continent. So her parents allowed her and I to rent the property so that the house could remain taken care of. I worked a night job from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at a halfway house, and my girlfriend worked at a local pizza shop during the day, so we only had weekends together, which was fine. I always made it a point to call her whenever I arrived at work, just to make sure she was good. On one night in particular, it took a turn for the stuff of nightmares. I called and she picked up the phone in hysterics, talking about people being in the home, walking around downstairs and talking amongst themselves, all men. The line was oddly staticky, and I could hear our 2 dogs growling in the background. I told my employers of the situation and they told me to go. I remained on the phone for the remainder of my frantic drive home. She was very obviously upset. I was about 20 minutes from the house, but this particular commute felt like hours. As I neared the house, about 5 minutes out, I started to hear men whispering into the phone, but her reassuring me that no one was in the room with her. Then, what I feared the most, a loud crash through the phone, a blood-curdling scream from my girlfriend, and the dogs going berserk. I'm 2 seconds from the driveway, and I tried to calmly ask what had just happened. She was still on the line, luckily, and she said that she didn't know, just that it had come from her brother's room next to hers. As I pulled into the dirt driveway, I saw no other vehicles besides hers. I asked her if the men were still there, and she told me that she could still hear them talking. I told her I was coming in with something blunt. I swept through the house, quietly but quickly. Nothing. I go upstairs to where her and her brother's room were, to see her in the bed with the dogs in an extremely defensive stance. I told her the house was clear and asked what the bang was. She pointed to her brother's room, to which I slammed open the door, but was met with resistance toward the end. His AC unit was lodged into the drywall. This was a fairly heavy window unit, and it was in his window prior to this incident. The window was now a good 12 feet from where it currently rested, in the sheetrock. From that night forward, I always felt watched, and that I was never alone in that house, until we moved, and I myself joined the military. Her parents have since sold the house, but I'll never forget the oddities that took place there on a pretty frequent basis. My friend and I are swim instructors for our local town. The pond was closed due to contamination, so our boss man agreed to ship us over to the old school youth center to clean the hell out of it. The place had not been adequately cleaned in 15 plus years, so my friend and I, we'll call her Your Highness, loaded up with hardcore chemical cleaners and set to work, sweating our tits off in 90-degree heat while rigorously scrubbing every inch, every corner. A week went by and nothing happened. About 2 days into the second week, I was in the basement area where the bathrooms, pool table, foosball tables are located. Now, the place has 3 staircases. 2 are located in the middle of the building, the 3rd on the right-hand side. At the time, Your Highness was cleaning the side stairwell, a good 25 feet away from where I was standing. I could hear her laboring away. As I was sweeping about, I hear the bathroom door slam shut. The bathroom door is situated adjacent to the side stairwell. When I ask her why she's slamming doors, she asks me what I'm talking about. Your Highness did not hear it. Day 3. This time, Your Highness and I are upstairs working in the basketball court. We're cleaning the sideboards when we hear the pool tables being used downstairs. Multiple breaks, balls rolling around. We think that some little turds are fucking our cleanliness up. Probably have broken in through the downstairs, so we hightail it down there. Me down the center stairwell, and Your Highness down the side stairwell, so as to catch them. Well, we reach each other before we reach any rascals, and there's no other way out of the building, and the doors were locked from the inside. Day 4. Your Highness and I are working on the main office of the youth center. The music machine is merrily playing in the basketball court, which we couldn't see from the office. Abruptly, the The music turns off. Your Highness goes to investigate. The machine has been unplugged. At this point, we start to joke about how the chemicals, the bleach, and the cleaners are starting to have an impact on our sanity. But the music had just stopped, and the machine had been plugged in previously. There was no one else in the building. We begin to become more wary of this place. Day 5. All day long we hear children's voices in the basement, mostly laughing, but some inaudible whispers are heard from the tops of the stairs. We both try not to freak the other one out, and we pretend that we don't hear anything. Until finally, there's such a high-pitched cackle that we both run from opposite areas of the building for safety. We sit and we listen, and we leave work early. Day 6, final chore at the youth center. Thoroughly mop the floors. We are thrilled that we are getting out of this place. At this point, we are a little skittish. Every dropped broom scares the hell out of us. Up until this point, the energy in the place had been fairly chipper. No discernible negativity whatsoever. Around 3 p.m. on day 6, the air changes. It's palpable. It's like an increased pressure on the chest. Your Highness and I decide that we need to clean the floor and get out for some Mai Tais immediately. We scrub and Your Highness begins to mop. The place is spotless. We go back into the basketball court to turn off the fans, do a final look over the basement together, and head back upstairs. The wet floor is now covered in footprints. Dirty footprints, barefoot, slippered, you name it. I don't believe in ghosts. I've never seen a ghost, but I've never been more scared than I was those 6 days in that building. I looked into it, couldn't find any fires or tragedies that had occurred. However, in this area of our town, there were a plethora of Native American burial grounds. So, one night, when I was maybe 10 or 12, I had trouble falling asleep. My bedroom was the entire top floor of our house, and my bed and such being on the left side, storage closets in a play area being on the right. I was lying in bed when I heard a noise from the other side of the room, and I see a rocking horse begin to rock. It was sitting just outside of one of the storage closet doors. It proceeded to rock its way halfway across the room and stopped dead under the ceiling light. At this point, I was freaking out and just buried my head under my blankets. I never peeked out again until morning. It was all confirmed to not be a dream, as the rocking horse was sitting in the middle of my room when I woke up. Furthermore, I got a stern reprimand from my parents for being up out of bed and playing with toys well past my bedtime. Their bedroom was directly below the storage closet play area. They had heard the creaking of the rocking horse shuffling across the room. I'm a full-time firefighter, paramedic. Been on the job for 17 plus years. I've never experienced anything like this before, or since. I want to start by saying I'm a rational adult. I believe in scientific, rational explanations for things. But for this, I got nothing. A few years back, we responded to a call around 3 or 4 a.m. for an elderly man with chest pain. On scene, we found a 96-year-old man complaining of crushing substernal chest pain. It had started around 9 p.m. Tough old guy said, "I figured, hell, I'll sleep it off." Of course, it got progressively worse throughout the night, so his wife got sick of him complaining and made him call 911. Layout of the house was typical for a single-story ranch. Front door into living room. Hallway to the right leads to the bedroom that we were in with the patient. To the left leads to the kitchen, dining room, with a door attached to the garage. I was in the bedroom with another medic. Our third guy was sitting at the kitchen table, putting the patient's info into the computer for the run report. As we started treating the man, he went into cardiac arrest and we immediately began CPR. While heading back out to the truck to get supplies, I yelled to our other medic in the kitchen to get into the bedroom and help out. We shocked the man. To everyone's surprise, we immediately got our rhythm back. As we were loading the patient for transport, I asked the wife, who was also a century old in her nightgown, if she wanted to ride with us to the hospital so she could be with her husband. She was obviously in shock from everything going on and seemed hesitant to leave the house not dressed, but we needed to move with purpose. We asked if their children lived close by, if she could get a ride, as we needed to transport right now. She said, "No, our daughter lives in another state." Suddenly, our third guy, the one getting the patient's info in the kitchen, says, "Well, can your son drive you?" To which she responds, "We only have a daughter." This confused my partner, but there was no time for further discussion, and we brought the man to the ER. Believe it or not, he survived after coding a total of 11 times. After the call, myself and the other medic looked at our partner and asked what was all that about at the house regarding him referring to their son. He told me right before I went to get him from the kitchen, a middle-aged man walked right by him. He said that he looked just like the old man, but he had dark brown hair, and he thought it must have been their son. He was also wearing white t-shirt and blue pajama pants. Seemed half asleep when he walked by. He figured that he came out of his bedroom, that all the commotion had woke him up or something. He says the man didn't acknowledge him. He yawned and sort of bumped into the kitchen cabinet before opening the door to the garage and going out into it. He never turned the light on, simply turned back around, closed the door, and walked past him, and turned the corner to the hallway. Apparently, that was when I came around the corner to yell at him to get in there and help. Our partner said, "You had to have practically bumped right into him in the hall." There was nobody else in that house. I saw no one. It was just the elderly couple that lived there. Here's the part that bothers me the most. The old man, our patient, he was wearing the white t-shirt and blue pajama pants. So, what the fuck did our partner see? Was it our patient's ghost, spirit, or whatever? Too freaking weird to wrap my brain around. None of us could ever explain it. And our partner still doesn't like to talk about it, even years later. Around 2008, 2009, when I was 13 or 14, I'd just started a new habit of staying up very late. I'd sit in my room with the clock radio playing some tunes while I sat in bed doodling all night. I can't pinpoint exactly when it started, but one of those nights, my radio began making this jacked up noise. Like a distorted, terrible noise over the faint sound of music struggling to be heard. I immediately hated it, but changing the station did nothing. This went on for a few minutes and just stopped. I quickly shrugged it off. And then it kept happening, every night. For a few minutes, the radio would just go nuts. If I wasn't being lazy, I'd get up and turn it down for a while. Most nights, regardless of how much it bothered me, I'd usually just suffer through it. It occurred to me that it seemed to always happen around the same time, so I curiously paid attention one evening. At 3:30 exactly, on this little clock, it started, and it didn't stop until it turned 3:34. So for a solid 3 minutes, this would go on. I was aware that there was some sort of significance to 3 a.m., and though I wasn't the type of person to believe in that kind of thing, still, it made me feel really uneasy. It felt so intentional. So I paid attention more nights. Every single night, 3:30 to 3:34, it happened. I tried telling my family. No one believed me or bothered to listen to my off-putting rants. You know how in horror movies, the adults, they never listen to the kids blatantly calling things out. You ever thought that was unrealistic? Well, it isn't. Everyone else in my house was asleep by 3 a.m. Until finally one night, my older brother and his best friend were awake, long enough for me to convince one of them, the friend, to please come check this out. He acknowledged the strange sound and literally said, "I'm not fucking with that," and left. I started just turning the radio off and hanging out in the game room, but every time 3:30 rolled around, I was on edge. One night, once again alone, I was sitting at the desktop computer, trolling, whatever, when I hear what sounds like an avalanche falling in my kitchen right below me. The game room was upstairs and overlooked the living room, which connected to the kitchen. Completely open space. I heard what I assumed was every pot and pan in our kitchen simultaneously falling out of the cabinets. My first assumption was our cat was up to no good and knocked something over. But as I descended down the stairs in the pitch-black abyss of the ground floor, I thought, what if someone's breaking in? I run to switch on the light, but nothing. No cat, no pans, no mess. Everything's perfectly fine. I was so confused. I even looked around to make sure, but I had zero explanation. And I know for a fact the kitchen was the source of the noise. The last minor thing I can recall, but not the last thing. This was an incident where I was on the phone with my best friend, and mid-call, the phone went absolutely nuts. The call cut out and just screeched and gargled. I can't quite describe it, but I've never stared at something in pure terror like that before. It was a landline, and it's not like something similar hasn't occurred, but this was different. Just awful. I didn't even call her back. I just left, walked down the street to her house. Fuck this shit. Finally, the kitchen again. It's a Saturday evening, and previously mentioned best friend was over at my place. My mom was on a date. It's probably important to mention my dad had died in 2007. Well, it was around 7 or 8 p.m. We're making snacks when we hear my mom's car pull up. Keep in mind, we've been hanging out in the kitchen for at least 20 minutes, and we had light-colored floors. We go to meet them at the door. We're all headed back to the kitchen, my best friend and I highly anticipating the leftovers we're about to steal. Upon entering the kitchen, we all notice spots of blood on the floor. 20 or so nickel-sized spots of blood, sporadically on the ground, all contained around the general area in front of the stove. My mom, being a mom, says, "Check your feet. Looks like one of you are bleeding." My friend was still in her socks. No blood. I check my feet, perfectly unbothered. My mom looks for the cat, asleep on the couch. Probably hadn't moved for hours. We couldn't find the source. We even looked at the ceiling, just in case. My mom's boyfriend wiped some up on a paper towel and sniffed it. "This is definitely blood," he said. Mom just cleaned it up. She even made some remark about how we were probably just trying to scare them. To this day, my friend, whom I'm still very close with, brings it up like, "Yo, you remember that time there was blood all over your kitchen? Like, seriously, what the fuck was that? Your house was haunted, dude." On top of these things, I just felt awful. I was already depressed, dead dad and shit. I started having terrible, vivid nightmares almost every night. I no longer slept in my bed. I created a sort of safe haven in my closet. After everyone went to bed for the night, I was always on edge. Another night of me snuggled up in my closet, I was listening to my radio and time somehow escaped me. The radio did its thing and I was done. I felt terrorized, targeted, and afraid. I just started crying. I hated it. Whatever it was, I just absolutely despised it. I begged it to stop. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was along the lines of, "Stop, stop, stop, please stop, for fuck's sake, leave me alone, please." And it did. 3:32. I'll never forget it. Radio went back to singing clearly. If anything strange happened after that, I didn't bother noticing. A while later, when my mom was in her messier stage of grieving, after distracting herself with dating and work had failed, she was drinking herself to death on the couch again and brought up the blood in the kitchen to me. "You remember when we saw all that blood in the kitchen? You know what that reminded me of? Your dad. When he was almost gone and the diabetes was taking him, his feet would split and bleed, and I'd have to clean up all the little spots of blood that he'd leave behind. Oh, what a terrible time for us." This requires a little backstory. When I was born, it was just me and my mom, and because of this, I became quite clingy. She was the only one that I had and the only person that I really knew. And I developed extreme separation anxiety whenever I wasn't around her. So in order to sleep in my own room, I needed her to come in and say goodnight. And often I would sneak into her room in the middle of the night and sleep there. Every night I would yell for her to come into my room, and she would sit on the edge of my bed, reassure me that I was safe, turn off the lamp next to my bed, and close the door, leaving it just cracked enough where a little bit of light would shine through from the hallway. Her bedroom was quite literally across the hallway from mine, so when I would wake up in the middle of the night, scared, I'd slowly creak open my door and easily walk over to her room. I'd always know she was there because her door was cracked the same way mine was. When I was around 3 years old, she got remarried, which meant I couldn't sneak into her room quite as often. So her coming in and saying goodnight was a crucial part of me being able to sleep. I remember this night so clearly. I was around 4 or 5 years old. I get into bed, my lamp is on, my door is wide open. I yell for my mom like I did every night, and no response. This wasn't necessarily unusual because sometimes she'd be in a different part of the house and I'd just have to yell a few more times before she could hear me. I yell and yell, but she never comes, and I start to become quite anxious. I remember my mind racing with fear. I thought something terrible must have happened for her to not hear me yelling for her. but I just kept yelling, "Mom? Mama?" I just kept yelling, and I began to cry when all of a sudden I see this woman enter my doorway. This woman was very misty, almost like a cloud, and all of a sudden, this comfort feeling fell over me, and I stopped crying. She stood in my doorway and smiled at me, then began waving her hand, motioning for me to come into the hallway. I then saw her slowly disappear. I got up and walked into the hallway, and she was gone. I see my mom's door wide open and no one inside. I then started to hear noise coming from the basement, which I couldn't hear from inside my room. I walk down to the basement and I see my mom and her husband watching a movie a little too loud, and when they see me, they pause it, and I can see my mom realize that she hadn't said goodnight yet. She then brings me upstairs and puts me to bed. I never really told anyone about this, but it's always something I remembered because of how she smiled at me, made me feel less scared. It was almost as if she was trying to tell me that my mom was fine, she just couldn't hear me. It's also something I learned from a young age that not all ghosts are scary or out to harm you. I've always appreciated that thought. This is the second time this week I saw this man with a hat standing in the same spot, looking at me. Please note, I was not under the influence of anything. I don't have a history of mental disorders, and I don't have sleep paralysis. I was able to move and walk towards the man. But here's what happened. My dog barely barks and always sticks to my side. She woke me up at 2 a.m. barking in the living room and digging at the floor frantically. This was highly unusual, so I woke up to see what was the matter. From my bed, I could see into the living room because my door stays open. When I woke up and looked into the living room, I saw a tall man in a dark suit, wearing a hat, staring at me. He kinda had the style of a 50s detective. I jumped and I was terrified because someone was in my house. I looked for my pepper spray and slowly moved towards him with my pepper spray. And he disappeared. But my dog kept digging at the floor and barking frantically. I went over to my dog to see what she was digging and barking at, and I didn't see or hear anything, but an eerie feeling was left in the room. I kept pulling her away from the spot, distracting her with toys and treats, but she was disinterested in my distractions, and she kept going back to dig at that same spot 4 times. She was fixated and unusually energized at 2 a.m. I can't help but think my dog saw something too. Has anyone else ever had any experiences with a hat man? I would love to share my experiences, specifically about the house I grew up in that my parents recently moved out of about 6 months ago. We built this house and were the first ones to ever live in it. Completely brand new. You would never think that a brand new house could be haunted. At least that's what I thought as a kid. I've heard footsteps, seen things move, turn on, turn off on its own. Flickering lights, electricity malfunctions, shadow figures, and full-on apparitions. Above all, I never felt comfy in the house. I dreaded being there by myself. I never went into the basement, and I always felt like someone or something was watching me. I would always sleep with the lights on in my bedroom, and I'd have a new encounter experience on a weekly basis. My entire family had experiences. My dad, the worst. Our neighborhood would get together some months to drink and hang out. One night, the neighbors across the street from us were pretty boozy and started to mention how they think their house is haunted. Everyone's faces went cold. Everyone had a story, something to share. One neighbor had found a totem buried in their backyard and had a priest come bless it. Years later, my dad got a new job at the local brewery as a tour guide right down the street, about a quarter mile from our neighborhood. Through training, he learned that the entire area was once an Indian burial ground. The grounds go for miles and miles, completely covering our neighborhood. I'm really not sure how or why no one else knew about this from our neighborhood. I have to wonder if the county tries to keep it under wraps so real estate sales in the area don't completely tank. Well, I'm excited to share more of my experiences with you. Ask me anything. My father told me this story from his childhood very recently, and as a firm believer in ghosts, I decided I needed to do some research on it. If anyone knows any legends or stories that sound similar to this, please give me your thoughts. For reference, as a child, my father was around 10 when this happened. He lived in a cabin on stilts, right next to a river in the mountains. The long driveway that led to his house, along with the other cabin that belonged to a family friend, and was primarily used as a vacation home, had sort of a slope on one of the sides. It went down rather far and trees filled the area. Where the land became flat, there sat an old trailer, one of those small ones. And part of the river was near it, which will later be important to the story. Keep in mind that no one in the family ever spoke about this trailer, and as far as my father could remember, it was never even acknowledged. My father and his cousin would constantly explore places that most people would walk away from, even as young children. I've been told stories of them climbing down into caves with only a flashlight, or just waltzing into abandoned cabins in the middle of the woods without a second thought. Yet, they never went down to that trailer. My father said they would often look down the hill to the trailer, but never climb down due to the intensely negative vibe the place gave off. One night, my father and his cousins were playing outside around dusk. For some reason or another, they ended up at the top of the hill, looking down at the trailer. This time, though, it was different. Near the top of the trailer, there was a small window, a small little port window kind of thing. They saw a face looking back at them through the window and immediately booked it. They ran down the driveway back towards the cabin, panicked about what they had just seen. When my father looked back, they saw a floating head chasing after them. My father had a hard time describing the head, as it had been a long time since this event took place, but he kept reiterating that it had a strange kind of glow to it. The way he described it was as if you were to look at a light bulb. It was like the aura around it. His cousin said it seemed like a fireball. When they arrived back at the cabin's front porch, the head was no longer chasing them and was nowhere in sight. They never told their parents about the experience because, as my father says, the floating head was chasing us. Who's going to believe that? Later, I believe a year or so later, it could have been longer, a huge flood hit the area. The waters were so deep that the entire trailer would have been completely submerged. When the floodwaters receded, the trailer was gone, washed away with the water. No one in the family ever mentioned it or spoke about it, and no trace of it was ever seen again. Quite some time ago, when my niece was 4, she's 8 now, she'd said something quite odd. My sister and brother-in-law had gotten an adorable puppy. He was a bit rambunctious, but still cute as heck. But when playing with the dog one day, I was sitting on the sofa with my sister, who was pregnant with her 3rd child, one who I'd had a prophetic dream about, a different post a while ago. My niece told us that she had had a dog before. My sister and I looked at one another. I spoke to my niece. "Did you? Was your dog like Bobby?" She replied, "No, my dog before was bigger and not naughty." And then she said the weirdest part. "My grandson got him for me to keep me company when my husband died." My sister asked her what she meant. "My husband died and my grandson got me a dog." She wasn't even looking at us when she spoke. She was focused on rubbing the dog's belly. She just said it like it was fact. She didn't give any names, but that evening, she said there was a ghost upstairs waiting for her to join him. She said it was George, but she wasn't ready to go upstairs with him yet. Just really weird. I have had many paranormal experiences. I was a very sensitive child and teen. It wasn't abnormal for me to see things, be visited in dreams, and have intuitive experiences. When I was probably 9 or so, I was staying at my aunt's house. It's an old farmhouse in the middle of rural Minnesota. I was trying to sleep when I looked in the doorway, and I saw a figure standing in it. It appeared to be the shape of a person, but it was darker than the darkness around it, which is pretty dark because out in the country, there was no light. It stood as tall as the doorway and appeared to have a hat on. I remember feeling that whatever it was staring at me. I stared back in disbelief for a bit, and then I threw my head under the covers as I kept saying to myself, "I'm too young to die. I'm too young to die." Sounds dramatic, but I was so freaked out. I peeked my head back out, but it was still there, staring at me. I finally stood up, closed my eyes, and put my hand stretched out in front of me and ran through the doorway. I ran downstairs to my aunt and uncle's room and told them what I saw, and I asked to sleep on the couch. The next morning at breakfast, I talked about what I saw, and my aunt made fun of me. They're deeply religious, so anything that sounds like ghosts, they wanted nothing to do with or to believe in. My cousins just sat there and didn't say a word. I never saw the figure again, although I have seen other shadow people. It was never while in sleep paralysis, though. I've only ever experienced sleep paralysis once in my life and actually had a really cool experience, not negative. But whenever I look up information about the shadow man, it's always people who are in sleep paralysis. Also, from what I've heard, there is someone called the Shadow Man or Hat Man who wears a hat, and it's said to be a bad omen if you see it. I don't recall anything bad happening around the age of 9, though. Is there anyone else who can relate to me and say that they saw a shadow person with no paralysis? Or the Hat Man? What was your experience? What does this mean? Don't speak ill of the dead. Well, I feel I can because my meeting and interaction with my friend's great uncle happened after he slogged off this mortal coil. A close friend of mine had a long day of chores at one of their farms, and since it was hot and she'd just given birth, I offered to help out so it could go quicker and she didn't have to do the heavy lifting. It was a long, hard day, and as the sun was beginning to make its way down, she smacked her head and then her steering wheel. "Holy hell, I forgot I have to feed the dogs up the mountain." She looked very regretful as she said, "I gotta go get some dry kibble to give the neighbors, to give the dogs up at my uncle's cabin. I'm sorry, you were so nice to come, but I have to do this." I said, "Let's get some people food too, and I'm all yours." So apparently my friend Marie was not kidding as we made our way up the mountain roads, switchbacks going higher and higher. The story was that she was left the property by her great-uncle to live on with her husband. Unfortunately, having a preemie baby meant staying within a quick trip's time to the hospital, whereas this mountain was hours from anything. The neighbors fed the animals under the conditions that they were supplied feed, and since it was such a great favor that they were doing, she couldn't afford to be late delivering food. It was almost dark as we approached the neighbor's cabin. All of her uncle's dogs come running out, excited and silly, as only labs can be. The neighbors took the food and suggested Marie go up and check on the house since they didn't have the keys, and it had been about a month. Another 20 minutes later, we arrive at the terraced property on the side of the mountain. The cabin was gorgeous, and as we entered, there was a vestibule with a picture window and hooks for keys that looked like metal flowers. They were cool. Marie put the keys on the hook, and we went exploring. Everything was locked, and the sun was setting. We turned on all the lights, tested the pipes for the sinks in the bath, and everything was in order. Finally, I can go home and sleep. We head to the front, and the keys are gone. We are equally as baffled, and our tempers are starting to flare. Marie has a baby girl at home and needed to pump her breasts as they were getting swollen and painful. And I was tired and sore as fuck. Once we realized neither of us had them, we tore the place apart. Finally, an hour later, both cranky, we decided to build a fire in the fire pit and spend the night in the car as it was at least dust-free. I walk up an incline and I see a shed. I yell down to ask, "What is it for?" And she says, "Firewood." So using my phone flashlight, we had no service anyway. I went up to the incline and looked in the shed. Okay, lots of dried wood. I'm very cautious. I was scared of snakes and whatever critters could be nesting in there. My light hits something that gleams, and I jump back, realizing I'd scared myself. I laugh and go further in, and I see that the sparkle was the silver trinket on her fucking keychain. We had never been apart. No way for her to have done this. I run, fall down the incline, jingling her keys, and she's like, "Thank freaking God." We jump in the car, and we're headed down the mountain. Eventually, we get to where there's service. Her phone rings, and her aunt from a few states over, supposedly sensitive to the paranormal, worriedly asks, "Are you okay?" "Oh yeah, we were at the cabin," her aunt says. "You know, my dad is pissed at you for not living on the property. It'd be easier if you'd just lived there." So, for what seemed like the 100th time, given her level of frustration, Marie points out that she needs to be near a hospital for a while before moving out to the middle of nowhere. Aunt insists that dead great-uncle is angry, and we eventually get home. As we get out of the car, Marie said, "You know, my great-uncle was a huge, abusive asshole who wanted everything his way." And I looked at her and said, "Well, nothing has changed since he died." My idea to look in the shed was born out of boredom and desperation to get some wood. There was no guarantee that we would have built a fire at all, so no, I don't think he was returning the keys. We left it alone until we had one more encounter with him and another set of keys. So the second encounter with the second set of missing keys also involves Marie, and it was when I lived with my boyfriend and family. Back then, it wasn't unusual for friends to stop by on a lark. Marie stopped by one sunny afternoon to have her toddler play with the toddler I was caring for. She mentioned that weird things are happening at her house where she was living since visiting her uncle's place with me. Someone would stomp around the house in what sounded like heavy boots. On occasion, the bathroom light would turn itself on, and in the morning, they heard someone doing their morning routine, going through the motions of brewing coffee. She thought that maybe her dead great-uncle might have followed her home when we finally tore out of his property for the last time. But the activity sounded like someone who had probably lived there before, so that was my guess. Then she dropped the bomb. Her great-nana, who'd come to help care for the new infant, had heard the noises and remarked it sounded like when her great-uncle had lived on the property in the early 80s. He'd gotten into flashy cowboy boots in the 80s and liked to strut around the house. According to great-nana, he was also a coffee snob who would only make his special coffee for himself, and no one else was allowed to touch it. Okay, it sounds like the douche canoe that I'd been told about. When Marie finally decided to go home, her keys were missing. We went outside and stared at my concrete driveway. There was no place for them to fall but on concrete. We ripped the car apart, went through my kitchen. I've known Marie for 14 years, and she's not the sort to lose things, especially not keys. We watched as my dad drove up the long driveway from the top of the hill where our house sat. He comes into the kitchen and does what he always does. He carries in the first bag of groceries, throws his keys in the catch-all tray, sets down the grocery bag, and asks for help bringing in the rest. He got a weird look on his face as he stuck his hand in his pockets and threw what ended up being 2 sets of keys onto the tray. He was startled and gave me a "what the fuck" face. Yes, they were Marie's keys. And yes, we stood on the porch and watched him drive the half-mile up the driveway from the hill the house sat on and followed him into the house. Nobody could explain it, and I was reasonably sure, for whatever reason, it was her great-uncle again. I'm not sure if there was a point to it. Why keys? Neither of us can hazard a guess. Keys had no special meaning where he was concerned, except that he had power over whoever he took them from. And that was the last time we had any problems with missing keys. Incidentally, it was just after that last encounter that they had a spiritualist friend send her uncle into what was referred to as the great beyond. They did this through some sort of cleansing. My partner and I moved back to Seattle in January, to the Chinatown International District, and we've loved it. But lately, we've been experiencing some weird things in the apartment. The first weird thing to happen was about a month ago. My partner was in the only closet in our studio apartment when he jumped out, startled, eyes as big as dinner plates. Without taking his eyes off the closet, he asked me if I had just said, "Help me." I told him I hadn't, as I was just sitting at the computer, playing a game. We shook it off and assumed it was nothing. Then, a week ago, I was cooking something for dinner while my partner was showering. Completely distracted, I felt a hand on my ass, so I jokingly batted it away, asking him not to bother me while I was cutting up vegetables. No answer, so I turned around, and he was still in the shower. I went and asked him if he was fucking with me, to which he said he wasn't. Fast fast forward to last night and to just now. Last night I was laying in bed, having a hard time getting to sleep. And out of the corner of my eye, I see a head and shoulders raised from the foot of the bed. I do a quick double take, but my second look, the figure is gone. And literally, about 10 minutes ago, I'm back in bed, and I see the shadow of a man walk by the corner of my bed into the kitchen. I'm freaked out. All doors and windows are locked. I checked the 2 rooms in the studio, bathroom, laundry room, and there's nothing. Not a single sign of someone else in our apartment. I feel very on edge. This is my first time posting on here, so apologies if I ramble or don't explain myself well. I'm 18, my friend is 17, and this story takes place a few weekends ago when we were driving to a show about an hour and a half away from where we live, give or take. My friend had picked me up from my house and the sky was clear, but it started raining heavily about 15-20 minutes into the drive. It got so heavy that my friend and I weren't talking to each other at all, and the music was turned way down so that he could focus on the road, which was practically invisible due to the rain. It was like this for another 10 or 15 minutes, but then the rain lightened up again. This pattern would continue throughout our whole drive, to the show and back. We drove for a while and were talking and laughing, now that he didn't have to focus so much on driving. Then, in front of us, about 30 feet, we saw a man walking on the left side of the road, along the grass strip that separates the lanes going in different directions. The man was older, maybe around 60, black, and wearing all white. Cliché, I know, but it is what it is. I went quiet. I saw this man just appear, out of thin air, in front of our car, basically. The view was clear and the road was straight, so he couldn't have crossed the road or been walking for a long time without one of us seeing him. I hadn't been looking at my phone or at my friend either, so I couldn't have just been distracted. He just came out of nowhere. It took a moment for my friend to notice him too. We zipped by this man and my friend yelled something like, "Holy shit, where did that guy come from?" We both were freaking out a little now, and I turned to look out the back window while my friend checked the rearview mirror. Neither of us could see the man at all. He vanished just as quickly as he appeared. My friend worriedly asked me if I saw the same thing as him, or if I'd seen the guy before and he just wasn't paying attention. I told him I hadn't, and I jokingly asked if he believed in ghosts now. I've always been a believer, and I've had a few other experiences before, but he's a huge skeptic about all of those sorts of things. He didn't answer me for a moment, but then he started laughing and said, "Yeah, maybe I do." We moved on with the conversation after a few minutes. After the event, we both kept our eye out for the man. Of course, we didn't see him, but it was still a crazy experience. I rarely have paranormal experiences with someone else there to confirm that I'm not crazy. I still have no idea what happened exactly, but I'm wondering if anyone else has had any similar experiences while on the road. This happened in January of 2019. My stepdad had been in our family for 30 years before he was diagnosed with cancer. He never had any biological children, but he had me and my sister, and we couldn't have asked for a better stepdad or granddad to our children. I was with him when he was diagnosed, and with him at all of his treatments. From the very beginning, there was no question of who would take care of him. It was going to be me. He and my mother were split up at the time, and it just seemed natural that I would be the one to do so because of how close we were. And honestly, I considered it an honor. Unfortunately, his prognosis was not very good, and they gave him less than a year to live. He barely made it to 6 months after his diagnosis. He was in a hospital the last 6 days of his life. He had a DNR, and as hard as it was, I didn't argue with him about it. 2 days before he passed, he was in and out of consciousness and was barely able to talk. His last night, he was able to communicate that he really wanted me to go home and check on the dogs. This was just after 3 a.m. I told him I would do that and that I would be right back. He gave me a smile and nodded. It took 20 minutes for me to get home, and 10 minutes after walking through the door, the hospital called and said that he had passed. I felt so guilty for leaving until I thought he knew there was already somebody with the dogs, but he insisted I go check on them. Perhaps he didn't want me there at the time. I don't know. I still don't know. Now, what I do know is that the morning after he passed, I had a missed call from his phone, which had been in my purse the whole time he was in the hospital. The call was made at 3:47 a.m., and the voicemail that he left said, "Thank you for everything, sweetheart. I love you." That message was left in my stepdad's perfect, loving voice, not the raspy, out-of-breath, strained voice he'd had moments before he died. Some people have said that it may have been an old message that I just received that morning, but either way, I thought it was amazing. Before I start this story, I would just like to say that this house was built in the 60s, and I'm not entirely sure that there's been any deaths near or in this house, but it still scares the shit out of me. Around 2016, me and my family moved into this house. It needed a lot of renovating, and also, just generally, it was old. To add on to the oldness of it all, the family graveyard of the neighborhood owners are about a block from us, and all of the streets are named after the now deceased children, which is sweet, but also very creepy if you think about it. Now on to the main story. So about 3 or 4 months into this house, I was very sick, to the point where I was coughing, sneezing, and sometimes puking. It was the worst part of being there. But around the time where I started to get better, doors started to slam a lot, even when nobody was upstairs. My door, for example, was slamming a lot, and to the point where a crack was now in the middle of it, from the force of the door slamming. But it wasn't only mine. It was my brother and my sister's, and any other doors in the hallway where our rooms resided. At first, me and my family blamed it on our windows being constantly open, but I really doubt it. Looking back, it was around winter when this happened. Another thing to add to this is I can now hear footsteps walking towards me in my brother's room. Not necessarily footsteps, but you can hear something moving forcefully, and then it sounds like something is opening up the door. And to add on to me thinking this, as I keep an EMF reader around, just in case, to see if it's actually true. EMF readers are still faulty, I do agree, but sometimes I get up to an EMF 3 just before it disappears. And lastly, I always feel like there's something sitting on my chair in my room while I sleep, to the point where I have to have something on my chair and my chair facing a different direction. I've recently been paranoid of my chair. It usually faces a different direction than what I leave it in, but I guess it could be my imagination. And those are really all of my experiences. But yeah, my house is probably haunted. So this all happened back when I was in first or second grade, so I may be a little fuzzy on the details. Back in my early days of grade school, I attended a Catholic private school, which lay beneath an old church. Now, from what I remember, this basement had originally been a funeral-type home or something. The newly renovated gym had been the place that they'd keep the coffins, I believe. That room always gave off a dark vibe, a vibe I also felt upstairs in a certain corner of the church. A lot of weird things happened in that gym. One of my friends cut her hand badly on some scissors. One of the teachers nearly fell off a ladder, which was perfectly stable. And then there's my story. One evening after class, I and two sisters were playing around, entertaining ourselves. Their mother, the principal, was finishing up some paperwork, so we unfortunately had to wait. My father was in school and my stepmom at work. I started up a game of hide and seek, and the sisters agreed. The older one, we'll call her SARA, she said that she'd count so her sister, Lily, could run and hide. Lily went into one of the classrooms while I ran towards the gym. At this time, most of the lights were off, except for the emergency ones, so it was pretty dark. Along the wall, on the left side, in front of the gym, were some stairs. I crouched down in the darkness there and waited. I was waiting for maybe 3 minutes when I felt a chill go down my spine. Instinctually, I looked over at the gym doors, which were open outwards. On the glass door opposite me, I noticed the reflection of a girl, about my age, watching me. She was wearing a pinkish dress, a sundress perhaps, and her hair was tied up in 2 long pigtails that looked like my current hairstyle. This little girl looked very unfamiliar, and I remember feeling very confused, as I'd been told earlier to go play in the gym. Also, I'd like to say that my uniform consisted of a navy blue dress, a white undershirt, tights, and black shoes. Thus, my confusion towards her outfit. She waved at me and kind of gave me this weirdly happy smile. I waved back, still confused, and then I heard my friends calling. I went to meet them, and they seemed freaked, spewing things like, "I saw the devil," and, "Oh my God, something scary happened." I mentioned a little girl, which freaked them out even more, so we all ran back to the office to be near their mom. I'm still wondering as to who or what that was, because every time I think about it, a huge wave of fear washes over me. This summer, I had the opportunity to intern for a little record studio in town. I'm currently going to art school for sound design. This internship, it's a really good way for me to get some experience under my belt, actually working in a studio, hands-on. I've been able to work nights with my mentor. His name is John. He's been working in the record business since the late 70s. Really great guy. My first project was assisting with a local metal band. They were recording a 3-song EP. Drum tracks go first, and the next night we have the rhythm guitarist and the bass player lay down their licks. Bass goes first, then rhythm. Rhythm guitarist's name is Ace, and I guess this story's really about him. Anyway, They're both proficient when hitting these tracks, and we wrap up the night early. When they're all done loading their gear back into their cars, we all listen to the playthroughs and put them on the big speakers. It all sounds fat, and so they dip out. John and I now get down to the panning and mixing of these tracks. He goes back and forth between headphone listens and speaker listens while I slowly break down the mics and roll up the chords. All while he's trying to explain to me what he's doing on Pro Tools. We go through bass fast, and he decides to sit me in front of the big screen monitors and mix one of the rhythm guitar tracks. I put on my headphones, and he watches over my shoulder as I try to emulate what I saw him doing earlier. As I dialed in the EQ, I began to hear something in the higher frequencies that I couldn't seem to cut out of the mix. John's sitting right behind me, so I take off my headphones and I ask him what he thinks it is. He puts them on, and as I play the clip back, I see him get a confused look on his face too. We play it on the big speakers, and the sound is still audible over the raw guitar track. The sound isn't a fuzz or a reverb issue, although that's how I originally tried to troubleshoot the issue. But replaying the track with the effects muted, it yielded the same results. A woman's voice in a thick Spanish accent saying, "Alexander." You can only hear it clearly in one of the guitar's chugging patterns, but that's obviously enough to make the track unusable. We mic up the amp in a small, soundproof room next to where the guitarist lays down takes. I don't think I have to say this, but I will, just in case anyone asks if there was a woman standing next to the microphone in the amp booth. There wasn't. And no amount of fucking with the mix could cut it. Next day, the lead guitarist shows up and we start recording. The rest of the band shows up later through the night, and John tells the rhythm guitarist that he's going to need him to redo a couple of takes. A couple of jokes are thrown his way amongst the band members, but John sits everyone down and has them listen to the weird sound in the take we recorded last night. We play the clip, and all except the rhythm guitarist and drummer are joking about the strange voice in the audio. The drummer says, "That sounded like Cassidy, homie." The other members get quiet, and from my position in the back, I can see the rhythm guitarist's eyes start to tear up before he says, "I'll be right back," and exits the studio. The drummer follows after him, and it's just the other members, John and I, sitting in the quiet studio, as if Ace took the air with him on his departure. We all just sit there until John goes, "So, who's Cassidy?" Lead singer tells us that Cassidy was Ace's wife and that his real name is Alexander. She died of a brain tumor a couple of years ago when they lived in Houston. Really sad shit. Drummer comes in and gathers his and Ace's stuff and says that they're gonna head out. The rest of the band all filter out, and then it's just John and I sitting in the studio. I almost asked him if he could play the clip for me one more time so I could record it on my phone the best I could, but I chickened out. I thought it would be weird if he wasn't down for that, so I guess no one has to hear a man's deceased wife to know that I did. So I just let it be. I went back to the studio a few times after that this summer. Nothing crazy happened. Different artists filtered through, but their tracks were fine. So I'm inclined to think that it's what people would call an EVP. And in that case, rest in peace, Ace's wife, Cassidy. And thanks everyone for listening. So when I was 9 months pregnant with my son, 2 years ago, for 3 weeks, every single night, I woke up at 3:38 a.m. Not a second sooner, not a second later. When I'd wake up, it felt like someone was near me. Like I felt like someone was there, but not physically felt. It felt like someone was just in my room. But it wasn't a scary feeling, so I brushed it off, went back to sleep. I used to watch this psychic medium live on Facebook, so one night, something told me to tell him about it and ask him what it meant. He told me that he's sensing a father figure around me. He said that he's sensing that I have the gift of mediumship, which he said is a rarer gift. He said that that time of night, when I'm sleeping, is when I'm most open and my light is the brightest. When he said father figure, I assumed he meant my godfather, who passed away in 2015. I started looking up ways to be more open to these connections, and I practiced each night. 3 nights later, I had a dream. I'm friends with this girl on Facebook. She doesn't ever share anything personal about her life, so I really don't know her. But I had a dream about her. In my dream, I was a man in his mid-30s. I had dark brown hair and dark brown 5 o'clock shadow, stubble. So anyways, it was the man, me, the girl, and her mom. We were at a lake, and the man is in the water, and the girl had just gotten in. The bottom was slimy and full of algae, so the mom didn't want to get in. The man, me, was playfully calling her names and telling her to get in. Then we are all in the water, and a turtle swims by. Then we're in the water, and the man and the mom start arguing. He tells her that she deserves more. She deserves to be loved and happy, and that she could find someone else. When I woke up, those are the parts that stood out to me, and something told me to contact this girl and tell her about it. Y'all, this girl told me that her mom's fiance had passed away a few years ago, and the last thing they did as a family was go to the lake, and that her mom was scared to get in the water because the bottom was slimy, and her fiance was teasing her, calling her names and telling her to get in. They caught a turtle while they were there, and she still has it. She said her mom has been trying to start dating again, but stopped because she felt so guilty about trying to move on. Fast forward, the last 2 weeks I've been waking up at 3:38 a.m., but this time, when I wake up, I have this horrible feeling in my stomach and in my chest. My chest will hurt so badly because of the anxiety it gives me. This happened a long time ago, when I was 13 or 14. At the time, there were already phones like BlackBerry and iPhone, the very first model, but my family was so poor that we couldn't afford to get fancy phones like that. I had to settle with a Nokia 6600 that was very strange to begin with. My dad bought it secondhand for me at one of those small local shops. Sometimes these phones would have previous owners' SIM cards in their contact list, so not everything had been wiped out, and sometimes you could go through the photos that they took. Anyway, that was a little background of the phone. The first time I got that phone, someone called me, and it was this haunting, weird Burmese chanting thing, and it freaked the shit out of me. I was home alone at the time, so I was confused as fuck when I heard the ringtone. But then I realized that it was this phone my dad got me. I don't know the previous owner, but holy hell, it was creepy. Anyway, a few nights in with the phone, I don't think much about the weird ringtone anymore. I've changed it to something more monotone, a beep thing. Then, one night around 2 a.m., I wanted to take a selfie. But this phone does not have the front camera, obviously, so you couldn't see the selfies you were taking. And so imagine this. The room is a rectangle. I sat on one side of the room, and behind me, it's just empty space where someone else could sit in a big armchair and watch TV. I took selfies on the side of the room that I was sitting in. So in the selfies, the empty space behind me should have remained empty. Fuck no. I took 3 or 4 selfies, and one of them had this white, pale man sitting in the armchair, facing the camera. You could see him sitting behind me, smiling like he'd been part of the photo. He was so damn pale, super pale, but you could still see from the outline of his face that he was smiling. I wish I had kept the photo. Instead, I deleted it, threw the phone away, and ran to bed. It was so damn creepy. The guy just sat there smiling, as if this was any other normal photo. What the fuck? And ever since then, every time I sat in that room to do whatever, homework or just browse the web, I'd always peek behind me to see if someone was sitting there. Oftentimes, I'd hear movements in that room, like someone opening the door, rattling the door, dropping things, walking around, moving the armchair. It was just a whole damn mess. Sorry for the long story. It truly just fucked me up. My family and I were recently on a trip in Glasgow. We stayed in this fantastic hotel that had obviously been around a while. Lots of plaques and photos of famous people who had stayed there, etc. The first night, I woke up, though not abruptly, really, but to what I can only describe as a presence. I heard distinctly, and by that I mean somehow the words entered my brain, but it wasn't quite a voice per se. But I heard someone say, "I'm watching you." But it wasn't scary at all somehow. It was absolutely matter of fact. I don't have any other experiences like this, and I've always thought of myself as a big scaredy cat, so I have no idea how I fell back to sleep. Not only that, I woke up the next day feeling great, and I didn't even remember to tell anyone. The morning following the next night, my mom, who was sharing a room with me, says at breakfast, "You all aren't going to believe me, but I swear someone was in our room last night." I remember thinking, just be still and let them finish whatever they're doing. Needless to say, this jogged my memory, and I relayed my experience. The fact that we had two independent experiences in the same room, it kind of confirms for me that something is in that hotel. I asked the staff right before we left, and they kind of smiled and said, "Not sure, but you're not the first to mention this." I wanted to share my experience from quite a few years ago. When my older brother and I lived with our parents, I walked into my bedroom and saw something really strange on my bed. I picked it up, and it looked like it was made out of clay or something. It was an old-looking sculpted head that kind of resembled my brother. I'd never seen it before, and the way it was just sitting on my bed made it look like it had fallen from the ceiling. There were little pieces around it, as if it had fallen from a higher height. I brought it to my family members and asked if they put it there and why. My mom, dad, and brother said that they had not, but they did recognize it as a piece of an art project my brother had to do for school some years prior. We didn't have any pets, so that couldn't really explain how it got there. It's been years since that experience, but I still have no idea where it came from, and why or how it ended up on my bed, or what ended up happening to it even. Nothing else like this has happened that I can remember, but it was so strange that I still recall it. This happened a few years ago. My mom had an ex-boyfriend who died in a motorcycle accident, and it happened to be the 20-year anniversary of his death. That night, I ran into the store to get a few things. My mom stayed out in the car and waited for me. My mom used to work at the store, and I grew up going there, so it's safe to say that we knew almost everyone there. So it wasn't a surprise that when I came out, I saw a guy sitting in the passenger seat next to my mom. I just thought that it was one of the guys who worked there. I walked up to the car and I bent down to look through the window to see who it was that my mom was talking to, but no one was there. Within less than a minute, it took me to walk to the car. No one was in there except my mom. So I get in, sit down, and I feel ice-cold air go right through me. So I turn to my mom and I ask her 2 questions. 1, had you been talking to one of the guys from the store just a minute ago? She gave me a weird look and said no. Question number 2, did you have the AC on in the car? Her response, no. And I left it at that. I didn't say a word to her about what I saw until a couple of months later. As soon as I told her, she went and pulled out her old high school yearbook and opened it to a page, and I pointed at a picture. And I told her, that's who I saw sitting next to you. She looked at the picture and said, yep, that's him. I went on telling her that he looked kind of grumpy. She explained that he always did. It was just the way that he was. Without ever meeting this guy, I never saw his picture before. I didn't even know his real name, only a nickname. I was able to point out her dead ex-boyfriend in her yearbook. I have no doubt in my mind that it was him sitting next to her that night. I was staying at my partner's house, who had not long ago come out of an abusive relationship. She was moving out of the house and a few boxes were in the bedroom we were sleeping in. She had a 6-year-old who was with us at the time sleeping in his room. I woke up during the dark, early hours of the morning and I heard him shuffling about at the bottom of the bed. I kept my head slightly under the covers and my eyes shut, as, to be honest, I didn't want to have to deal with a 6-year-old, and I was hoping he'd wake up his mom. After 3 or 4 minutes, I started to think that this wasn't him, as he hadn't tried to wake either of us up, just moving around at the bottom of the bed. Then I panicked. The ex? I started to worry for all of us at this point, and then I heard the footsteps I'd been listening to suddenly stomp and rush up the side of the bed. My partner's side of the bed. That was enough for me. I screamed as I flicked the bedside light on, expecting a confrontation. However, there was no one there in the lit room. No son, no ex. In the next few seconds, both myself and my now awake girlfriend then heard footsteps, almost running, going back down her side toward the bottom of the bed and across the room. To top off the experience, the set of boxes where the footstep sound ended suddenly tilted and rocked as if someone had run straight into them. I have no explanation for what happened. My girlfriend had never experienced anything in the house before. I've been a custodial supervisor at a college for the last 7 years. Before that, I was a custodian at the same college for 7 years. I've cleaned and been in every building on campus from early mornings to late at night. And I've seen and heard a lot of things in the last 14 years since I started working here. One of the buildings that I used to clean wasn't a huge building. It has 3 floors with 2 classrooms on each floor. One on the east and the other on the west side of the building. Now, to get to the classrooms, there is a staircase in the middle of the building with a heavy metal glass door that leads to a small hallway, a couple of offices, and the classroom. In the first few months that I'd been cleaning this building, everything was pretty quiet. Till one morning, when I was on the 3rd floor, cleaning one of my last classrooms for the day. I'd been wiping down a table when out of the corner of my eye, I see a man standing to the left of me. He had on a greenish-yellow striped sweater. And I remember thinking in that split moment that it looked like something from the 70s or something. Thinking a student got there early for class, I tell him, "Sorry, I'll be finished in a minute." And as I'm saying this, I turn my head all the way to face him, and no one is there. There was nowhere for anyone to go. I even checked the building. I was still the only person there. To top it off, the front door was still locked. I told my husband, who works as a custodian at the college with me. Of course, he didn't believe me completely, thought I was seeing things. That is, until the following year, it became his building to clean in the mornings. He calls me one day, freaking out, because he was in the classroom on the second floor, which was right under the classroom I saw someone in. He heard what sounded like someone right above him, walking around, moving things like chairs, and just making a ruckus. This happened to him at least twice. Right away, he'd go up the stairs, thinking the same thing as I did. A student came in early. He would go up there to grab the trash and do a quick clean, and he'd find the classroom still locked and completely empty. My husband and I go camping every year, usually somewhere near the Appalachians in Tennessee. Well, in 2021, the pickings were a little scarce, since park employees hadn't quite bounced back to the same numbers prior to 2020. Since we had our RV, we ended up picking a place that we'd never stayed before, Up the Creek RV Camp. I loved this place instantly. So much wildlife, plenty of trees for shade, and of course, it was along a creek. We found a spot almost immediately that was perfect. We got set up and we decided to do as the name suggested and make our way up the creek. We have 2 dogs. Maggie is a senior dog, some sort of Chihuahua Terrier mix. She's small. And Chance, the other, he's also a mutt. We think Blue Heeler and possibly Lab. Well, he was just a little over a year at the time, so very much a puppy. Maggie is my baby. She's always been my best hiking buddy, despite being just a little thing. Since she now has arthritis in most of her body, she sits in this backpack sling that my best friend custom made for me that we've nicknamed a buggy. This way, she can still go on hikes with me. Anyways, Maggie is a good girl, especially for her breed being a small dog. She hardly barks or does much of any noise making. I mention all of this because it feels relevant and I love my dog. So, I've got Maggie in her buggy. My husband's got Chance on a leash, and we're making our way along the creek, enjoying the weather and the calmness of the whole area. It was like we were the only ones in the whole park. It seemed like things were normal and calm like this for a long time, almost the entire way up the creek. But I felt like Maggie was making noises. Nothing too alarming, but I started to notice it more. Right around the time that Maggie started making noises, I noticed that Chance stopped chasing after every squirrel he saw, or trying to anyway. At the time, I thought that maybe he was just learning, but I've come to think otherwise. But anyways, we were having a good time being out and about and getting this new boy used to the outdoors. It wasn't until about the time that we were going to turn to head back that I heard something unusual. First, it was what I thought was Maggie making some more whining noises, just louder. I asked my husband, who's standing to my right, just slightly ahead, if he can look at Maggie, make sure everything's okay. He slows down, I match his pace, and then we both stop so he can look at Maggie. He tells me that she's not really whining, at least not anymore, but she is intent on looking at something. Like what? Is she stressed? I asked my husband. But then we both hear something. It sounds like people talking. My husband and I just look at each other and continue standing in silence. We didn't recall seeing anyone. We can't make out any words, but it sounds like it's all around us. Again, Maggie starts whining. This time, my husband sees and confirms my suspicions that my dog is whining and appears to be in distress. After a moment, we hear what sounds like heavy footsteps. They sound like they're coming from a person or something on two legs. We both sort of give each other the signal to turn around and head back. When we do, we're shocked to see the largest pair of antlers we've ever seen. They're poking above the bushes off to the left side of the trail that line the camp. These bushes are easily 6 feet tall. There's no reason for antlers to be sticking out this far. My husband gets yanked forward. It's Chance, trying to make a run for it, but he yanks him right back, and we stand there, still trying to figure out what exactly it is that we're hearing, but also seeing. I keep looking around for people, thinking there must be a source for the voices, but I find no one in sight. Maggie is now facing the other direction because she's on my back, and I hear her get loud, barking, snarling, and really giving something a piece of her mind. My husband turns before I do, and instantly I hear, "What the fuck?" To which I spin around and I see a giant deer standing in the middle of the end of the path. Antlers matching the others in size. Only this time, we can see how massive the whole thing is. Worst of all, it's got its mouth open. I don't know. Something about that sight sent many chills up my spine. Chance is now whimpering like crazy, and Maggie's moved from snarling to whimpering. We both quickly look in the other direction, and we no longer see the large antlers poking from the trees. We don't even discuss it. We just decide to start fast walking back to camp. We thought the noises would at least stop, but the sound of voices continued to follow us. We both ran. We kept looking back, and at some point, we both realized it was gone. No longer in the middle of the path, and the voices had stopped too. We tried to be brave, to laugh it off, but we couldn't. Anytime we would try, we'd just go silent and then start talking about how weird it really was. Also, the dogs refused to leave the trailer after that. This spot wasn't for us, we decided. We'd left with intentions of finding a new camping spot, but for some reason, at least not that evening, we couldn't bring ourselves to head into the woods again. We opted instead for a Walmart parking lot. The next day, though we both said we weren't that spooked anymore, we made our way home. A camping trip that normally lasts us 6 days, we cut short after just 2. We still haven't decided where we're going this summer, but it very well might be somewhere outside of Tennessee. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? I've been a wrecker for the past 45 years, but before officially becoming one myself, I was an apprentice. I got my apprenticeship when I was 22. I'd just gotten back from serving in Vietnam. I was in the 23rd Infantry Division. But after my discharge, I needed a job. My uncle got me hooked up with a friend of his who was a heavy-duty wrecker, and it's been history ever since. I mention my service in the military because I'd like it to be known that I'm not faint of heart. I've experienced the horrors of war firsthand. From time to time, I'm still visited by the demons that followed me home. I'm not squeamish. But one job that we pulled up on in my years of apprenticeship was something I'd never seen before. The first time I'd ever lost my lunch from a sight I wish I'd never seen. A freight company reached out to us, asking that we keep an eye out for a truck that's been missing for a couple of days. No word from the driver. The delivery never made its way to its destination. The company gives an approximate route that the driver could have taken, and that afternoon, me and my mentor are out on the highway looking for the missing 18-wheeler. Sure enough, it doesn't take long for us to notice a big chunk of guardrail lifted and bent off the side of the road. We pull over and we see that just beyond this guardrail is a deep cliff. And upon closer inspection, hidden amongst the leaves and treetops, we spied the back end of the truck. It looked like it went straight down into this cliff and stuck like a dart, the only visible part being the back end. My mentor tells me that we need to get down there and see how extensive the damage is and check for the almost certain casualties inside the front. Being the good apprentice I was, I didn't complain when he suggested tying a tow cable around my hips and lowering me down there. The actual scaling of this drop-off wasn't the problem. I was in the best shape of my life, and it felt like the drills that we do back in boot camp. I reached the bottom of the cliff within a couple of minutes. No problem. When I hit the ground floor of the forest, I was able to see the whole truck. Well, at least a shrine of bent metal that used to be an 18-wheeler transport freight. I unstrap myself from the tow cable, and I make my way to the vertical truck. I climb up the engine hood and I shimmy my way to the driver's side door, using the rearview mirror for leverage. I pop the handle, and I fall when gravity swings the door open, along with the rearview mirror I was holding on to. This sends me about 10 feet on my ass into the bushes below. This also shakes the truck, and for a moment, I think it's going to come dislodged and crush me. After all the commotion stops, I once again climb up the hood and shimmy my way over to the now open driver's side door. Hanging from the bottom metal step attached under the door, I start to pull myself up into the cab. As I'm pulling in, the first thing I see is a pair of legs pinned between the steering wheel and the seat. As I suspected, the driver did not survive this accident. But I'm startled when I hear a low moan expel from just above me, along with what I think is twitching. I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, this guy may have actually lived through this somehow. I climb the rest of the way up, gripping onto the steering wheel. I'm able to get my footing and balance on the twisted metal. What I saw was unimaginable carnage on a level I didn't know existed. A visceral nightmare that only got worse. The inside of the cab is covered in chunks and pieces of flesh. The man's upper body has been torn apart by animals, and I suddenly put together the twitching I previously felt was actually the head of a bear digging into the man's body from the passenger side. I scream and I fall from the cab. After I hit the ground, I hear the bear fall and hit the ground about 10 yards to my feet. I get to my feet and I make a run for the tow cable, screaming for my mentor to start hoisting me up. The bear is instantly on my heels. I'm forced to start free climbing the tow cable up this rock cliff. My mentor didn't hear my cries for help until I was halfway up the cable, and then he pressed the button to start cranking me in. When I'm at the top, I start to puke. My hands are stained with rope burns and blood from the steering wheel. Ignoring what's in front of him, my mentor tells me that he's radioed the authorities, that they're on their way, so we need to start hooking up the cables. After, I just stare blankly for a moment. He finally says that I can tell him all about it while we get the hookups on. Needless to say, he took me out for a beer after that one. Come to find out, that was something not even he had seen yet, but he had seen a lot. It was after that job that he basically gave me the talk, telling me that I should decide quickly if this was something I really wanted to do, that it wouldn't always be bears, but it might more often than not involve death. I've got a lot of stories, and they aren't all bad. My mentor all those years ago was right, though. It does involve a lot of death. but so did the military, the only other job I've really known. At least with wrecking, despite the name, I didn't have to hurt anyone. When it's not total carnage, you're usually saving somebody's life or helping them out of an otherwise impossible situation, so yeah, I chose to stick with it. Some background context. 6 or 7 years ago, my family had a family reunion, and my cousins decided to rent a beach house because why not? When my family and all my cousins arrived at the beach house, we all unpacked our stuff and I went upstairs because that's where all of my cousins were. There were about 5 of us in the room from what I remember. We were the youngest cousins at the time. I was 10 and the youngest in that room was 4. Probably 15-20 minutes later, the door opened on its own. Keep in mind, the door was closed all the way. There was absolutely no wind, and we were the only ones upstairs. I got up and closed the door, not questioning anything. Then I continued to play with my cousins. The door opened again, a few more times. The 6th time it happened, I opened the door and I don't know what I was expecting, but I was pretty stupid when I was 10. I whispered, "If you're angry, grab my hand." Then I stuck out my arm. Believe it or not, I felt a tug. I was a little spooked. I just closed the door again and continued playing. It didn't open again. Around 7 p.m., my uncle came out of the bathroom and he asked, "Was there any wind?" Because the fucking mirror was swaying. We all looked at each other. We told him that there was no wind and just shook it off. When we all went to bed, I woke up around 1 in the morning. I looked at the window and there was a shadow figure. Everyone was asleep. I blinked and it wasn't there anymore. I turned back and my brother, who was 1 at the time, was sitting up, looking at the stairs. I was trying to see what he was looking at, and I saw the same shadow figure looking at him. I pulled my brother down into the bed and I made him face me. We both fell asleep afterwards. We woke up and I told everyone. They were all in shock. Then my mom asks, "Wait, was everyone sleeping?" Because I heard people playing mahjong around that time. I was confused because nobody was up. I told her nobody was up. We decided to leave a day early because we were all a little spooked. Before we left, one of my older cousins, he's a psychic medium, he was drawn to this one place as if someone was telling him to go there. He went into the house asking everyone for a shovel. I don't remember how he got the shovel, but I followed him and I saw him dig in this area near the house. What he dug up, it looked like a grave. If I had to assume, the house was built over an old graveyard. We covered the grave with leaves, coconuts, and flowers. We left afterwards. But still, I think something followed me home from that. It's been a long time since this happened. I think 2006. Can't remember the exact year, but it was shortly before I entered high school. I did one of those week-long Christian summer camps with my school at Hume Lake in California. I've done a little internet searching, but never found other stories connected with the campground. I'm hoping by sharing mine that maybe someone else will have experienced something similar in that place. One night, everybody in the camp went into the big auditorium, and speakers talked about life, death, Jesus, the works. They had this silent time, and I was feeling emotional at that point because A cousin of mine had passed away within the last year, and everything they talked about, just combined, overwhelmed me. So I wanted to go back to the cabin to be by myself and cry a bit. I'm normally a scaredy cat with a big imagination of the dark, but with all that I was thinking of, I didn't feel scared to walk alone. The cabin was close to the edge of the camp, with a dirt road separating it from the woods. There were orange streetlights on the road that I was walking up, but not on that road where it would tee off. At the tee in the road, right in the tree line, was a human-sized white shape, like it was made of white light. No distinguishable legs or arms, but I could clearly see a head and shoulders. So picture a head shape down to the shoulders, and then the sides, they just went straight down to the ground. There were no strange sounds or anything else. I fucking bolted back down the way I came. I bumped into a group of cabin mates since the auditorium event finished. One tried to say that maybe I saw a cougar or wild animal. For years, I would involuntarily tear up and get chills and goosebumps when retelling this. Since then, I also tear up when I hear others' first-person ghost stories. I wish I hadn't gotten scared at that time. But anyway, I've always hoped that I'm not the only one to have seen something at Hume Lake. Not too long ago, I was home alone while watching some 100 Days Minecraft Demon Slayer stuff, and I heard the door to the basement door open. Now, the kitchen door has a specific squeak that I'm very used to by now, due to me living in this house for almost 12 years. This was around 9 a.m. My mom left at 8:45. I was confused because my mom wasn't supposed to be back yet. She was supposed to be gone for around an hour. I got up and I grabbed a bat, knowing that shit was about to go down. I slowly crept towards my kitchen, and by the time I got to the dining room, I heard the door close. This door, by the way, is hard to open at a certain point. I walked into the kitchen and I heard loud rustling coming from the other side of the door. I gripped the baseball bat tight and walked over to the door and opened it. The moment I opened the door to the garage slammed. Note that this door is heavy and it can't really be moved by an air vacuum. I thought it was my mom, and it was just a coincidence, and she was bringing in the recycling bin. But I saw no recycling bin. I still thought it was a coincidence. I opened the door, thinking I'd see my mom. I saw no proof of anybody. Freaks me out even writing this. Also, it's just the more that I think about it, the more it becomes clear that it wasn't anything that science can explain. I live in an apartment that has an obvious ghost or spirit living here too. While living here, I've had 2 roommates. All 3 of us have witnessed the exact same thing from this specific spirit. When we were the only ones home and would take a shower, it would sound like the front door would open, like someone was coming home. We would get out of the shower expecting someone to be home. Every time this happened, we opened the bathroom door to find out that, in fact, no one came through the front door. I live alone currently, and I took a shower this evening. The noise and feeling this time was a little different. In the evening, I push a 50-pound piece of furniture up against the door to prevent intruders. This specific evening, I heard a bang at the door, and while it sounded like there was a struggle to get in. After hearing that noise, it sounded like a door halfway with a creaking noise. It didn't frighten me. It actually hasn't really frightened anyone, just confused because we know what we heard. Does anyone have any idea of why the spirit is doing this when someone is home alone and in the shower. I heard once that spirits were attracted to water. Is this true? And why not in the shower with a roommate home? Well, looking forward to your insight. Interested in people's opinions on this. I work nights, and on my days off, I generally keep the same pattern of sleep. I was awake at roughly 4 a.m. and decided to pop outside for a smoke before I got some sleep. I wasn't overly tired, so what I saw shouldn't have been affected by that. I was rolling my smoke in my living room when I hear talking in the direction of my back door. Knowing my back door is securely locked, I head into my kitchen to check through the windows when I see a large deer very close to the window, looking in. It was at eye level with me, and I'm 5'4". After about a minute of eye contact, it rounded the corner of my patio. I returned to my living room to check out the window, where it should have been visible, and it was totally gone. It had no escape routes. It's a dead end with no gaps in the fence. It also didn't set off our outdoor lighting, which is normally very sensitive to movement. Even cats normally trigger it. Large deer are not native to my area of the UK. We only get small roe deer. Even if it was just a very big deer, that doesn't explain the talking that I heard the moment before. Just a disclaimer, I don't suffer from sleep paralysis, and I have no history of it. One time, when I was a teenager, I went to bed after staying up late playing Xbox with my friend. At the time, I was trying to get used to going to sleep without the TV on or any other light source, so I was still a little nervous about being in complete dark. I actually end up freaking myself out by imagining scary shit before finally falling asleep. I woke up not too long after, and something told me to look at the foot of my bed. So I did. That's when I saw a black silhouette of a person just standing there, staring at me. I initially didn't freak out because I knew that I must just be seeing things, so I rubbed my eyes and I allowed them to focus a bit, fully expecting for whatever inanimate objects my mind was playing tricks on me with to be revealed. Not only did the shadow figure not disappear, but just at that moment, it moved. That's when the horrifying realization that it was real sank in, and I immediately began to freak out. I desperately wanted to scoot backwards to get as far away from it as possible, while also putting myself within reach of the bat that I keep next to my bed. But I was literally frozen with fear. Not knowing what else to do, I began just yelling for my parents, while never taking my eyes off of the figure, who began to bend down just as my mom mercifully turned on the light. And just like that, it was gone. It took me a good hour or more to calm down. By the time I was finally able to go back to sleep, it was dawn. One of the strangest parts of the whole ordeal is that my mom claimed that I didn't wake them up when I began calling for them. Instead, they awoke when they heard me shouting, "Who is it? Who is it?" Which I have absolutely zero recollection of. Ever since, I've slept with my TV on. One morning after a sleepover, my friend Jay went to the bathroom. My friends and I decided it would be funny to disappear and make her have to find us. We decided to go out into the backyard and hide inside the shed. Once Jay was done in the bathroom, she went downstairs and realized that we were not down there. She went back upstairs and looked for a while, She went downstairs again and heard laughing coming from the storeroom. It's where the water heater and stuff is. She thought it was us messing with her and called out, "Very funny, guys. I found you." The laughing stopped. She walked into the storeroom and it was empty. She freaked out and ran upstairs. She came outside and we all came out of the shed. Her face turned pale. We stopped and asked her what was wrong. "You guys weren't in the basement?" We stared at each other. "No, we've been in the shed the whole time," we said. That's when she told us about the laughing. She was freaked out but thought that we must have set it up to mess with her, like a recording playing or something. We assured her that we hadn't done anything like that, and we were out in the shed the entire time. We were all freaked out. I can't assure you that my friend didn't make it all up, as I didn't witness it, but I can assure you that we didn't set anything up. The other day I was driving pretty late at night. I know the area well. I drive this route 3 or more times a week, and it's a relatively straight shot. Only 2 turns. I was driving and my car started acting strange, turned off in the middle of nowhere. I turned it back on with no problems. I kept driving, and after about 5 minutes or so, I realized I literally had no idea where I was. I kept passing these farm things with huge stalls and lights, but without the actual barn. It's hard to explain. My GPS stopped working. I had no idea what road I was actually on. I literally had a full-blown panic attack and started crying. So I parked my car and I rolled the window down to get some air and gather myself. As I cried, I heard my cry being mocked in the field. I stopped and went silent, and it also stopped. Then, after like 2 seconds, it started crying again. I've heard of skinwalkers, and I was totally convinced that's what it was. Literally never been so scared shitless in my entire fucking life. I just started zooming down the road in hopes that I'd find a town and that I'd be able to start driving again when it's daylight. After zooming for I don't even know how long, I hit a set of train tracks and my car turned off again. I stopped, opened my hood, checked my oil, as that's all I know how to do, and I got back in my car, started it, and it worked fine. I started driving for a few minutes, and then bam, I'm right in the middle of the small, unincorporated town that I'm pretty familiar with. But it's much further from my last known location. Drove home like normal. Checked my car out the day after with a code reader, and it was fine. I told one of my friends about it, and he said something about the back rooms, which is not real. It's just like a community that writes a story, if I understand it correctly, but truly, I think that's what happened to me. My car died, and I quantum jumped into a different space and heard an entity. Now I'm wondering if that stuff is fake or if it's a mixture of people's experiences, fancied up for easy reading. About 15 years ago, my old high school group of friends decided that we were going to attempt to contact my friend Ben's biological dad, who'd recently died before he got a chance to know him. Now, Ben was absolutely wild. He wasn't scared easily. My high school sweetheart was with us, and he was absolutely terrified. I owned a Native American necklace that had items placed in it for protection from spirits. To help ease his anxiety, I placed the necklace around his neck. We partook in the devil's lettuce and started our session giggling. I was no believer in Ouija boards. It didn't bother me a bit that we decided to do this in an abandoned church deep in the woods either. Only my boyfriend was terrified, which caused our friends to tease him mercilessly. The board was set up and we got serious. We just had no idea how serious this was about to become. As the planchette moved to spell his father's name, I smiled, thinking that this was his method of closure. He was clearly doing it because he'd refused to share the name beforehand. But looking into his eyes, I saw something I'd never seen etched into his face. It was fear. I can't remember how it all went down, but suddenly the board was spinning and said, "Murder." I was starting to feel cold, even in the heat. That's when it all went to shit. The pews, already broken, were shaking uncontrollably, even toppling over. We were in a back room that was essentially empty, but we ripped open the door to discover the pews toppled over. It started a massive panic to get out of the building. As I was running, I realized my boyfriend was not with us in the woods. I turned back right as Ben and a few others pulled off in their cars. Once I re-entered the dilapidated church, my boyfriend was stuck. Literally stuck to the floor, screaming. The building was still shaking. It was ice cold, and it felt like a sock had been shoved in my mouth. I remember my best friend helping me carry him out of the building. Within an instant, he had his wits about him and refused to talk about what had happened. He looked like he'd been through war. He opted to keep my protection necklace on, citing that the demon may follow one of us. We never really talked about what happened. That was very strange for my very open friend group. We knew it wasn't an earthquake because we lived just an hour below the Blue Ridge Mountains of Appalachia and never get quakes that could move furniture. And to be honest, I felt something dark around me until a cleansing 11 years later, after the scariest haunting I'd ever experienced happened. I don't know what we released or even have a clue how that could have been a natural event. Something threw those church pews to pieces, and we never went back. This is an experience my girlfriend had when she was younger. Around 2010, she was at her grandmother's house. It's an old single-wide trailer in the woods. It belonged to her great-grandmother before, so it's around 40 years old. It's got some rooms added toward the back of it, with a curtain separating the rooms from the original trailer. In one of the rooms in the back, the windows are covered with some sort of clear plastic, and then blinds over that. The wall that the windows are on is covered in Raggedy Ann dolls, since her grandma is an avid collector of old dolls. In the room is a bed that sits opposite to the windows, which are toward the farther side of the trailer. And outside of the window is a pretty large clearing before the woods start. That night, she was laying in bed, facing the window while everyone else was in the living room, which is the next room over. The blinds on the window were open this night, and as she looked out, she saw a tall male figure walk up to the window outside. As it was walking up, it seemed to have been looking around, scanning the area as it walked until it noticed the window, and that's when it walked up to the window. The way she describes it is the figure had a ghoulish white face, very defined cheekbones, the skin that looked pretty smooth, almost like a porcelain doll. He was wearing very dark black glasses. He was bald and wearing some type of bowler hat, something like you'd see some old-timey person wearing. It had a black suit with what looked like a bow tie, was holding its hands in sort of a propped-up position, with fingers interlocked and its hands across its upper torso. It seemed to have also been wearing a gold watch. Its body was pretty skinny, enough to be noticeable since the suit that it was wearing was pretty loose. When she saw it, she felt really creeped out, since that trailer has a history of paranormal things happening, a lot of them having been experienced by her while growing up. It kind of just sat there and stared at her for a few minutes, until she finally got the courage to get out of the room. She went and told her grandparents that someone was outside of the trailer, at the window. Her grandfather got his gun and went out to the side where she'd seen the figure to see if anyone was out there. He didn't see anything. After that, they all went inside, locked all of the doors. She ended up staying in the living room with her grandparents, and it wasn't seen again. I told my girlfriend about this story a while ago. Ever since, we've been obsessed with reading about other people's stories, and we decided to write out mine. I was about 6 years old. Couldn't have been much younger because I'd just started school and lived in Mobile. Any older, I'd already have moved to Montgomery. I thought that I knew a neighborhood girl. I called her Emily. I'd see her a lot in our backyard. I always assumed everyone else could see her too. Sometimes Emily seemed sad, and sometimes she was happy. I was a kid, but I could tell those emotions. I never did much with Emily, maybe building some forts with some old wood and tree branches, brush clippings, kid stuff. I remember she always wanted to go to the woods. I wasn't allowed, so I never did follow her. While we lived there, I would dream about Emily, but I would also have nightmares. She was never trying to scare me in my dreams, but I didn't understand why she was in them. I didn't understand the things that she showed me either. Scenes from the woods. I'd never seen the woods, but I didn't like it. They were dark, and a large brick cylinder thing that poked out of the ground. A house near the cylinder, but it was dark, dilapidated. Once I'd get into the woods, I could hear Emily, but I could never see her. Then I'd wake up. I'd tell my mom the best I could about my nightmare, but usually I would just fall back asleep. The feeling never lasted beyond the nightmare, and often the next night and several following, they would be filled with happy dreams or no dreams at all. Before moving out of that house, I'd asked my mom if we could go into the woods so I could say goodbye to Emily. I told her I was sure that she lived back there. My mom agreed. But I'd only learned later that she truly didn't know who Emily was, and she was just allowing me to act out whatever I was cooking up in my imagination. She walked with me and I saw it. The cylinder. I asked my mom what was that, and she explained it used to be an active water well. She held me up and swung me over the top. I was afraid at first, but I wasn't because it was my mom. I closed my eyes as she plopped me down. "Now it's covered," she said. I opened my eyes and I was standing on top of what was once an open well from my dream. Now it had a metal slotted cover over the top. I squealed for my mom to let me down. She did, and I said to her, "I don't think Emily wants to be here. She should come with us." My mom shook her head, still believing this to be my imagination, and says, "Emily's welcome to come over whenever she wants." I look around. No dilapidated house. Nothing looked too creepy, but I didn't see Emily. I told my mom I wasn't sure where she was, but I had to leave her a note. So we did. "Bye-bye, Emily." Me and my mom both signed it. The very next morning, I found that note. It was right outside the back door. Next to our names, below our message, was written, "Bye-bye." I was so excited. I ran to my mom. Instead of excitement, though, she grew an almost grayish color, asking me where I found that. Years later, Mom told me that that was the scariest thing she'd ever experienced. She said, no homes connected to that forest area. Our home was unique in that it was a temporary home built by the owners of that land. The owners, however, lived nowhere near us, nor did anyone else at the time. My mom says she was glad they required us to move because she would have broken any existing lease after that whole thing. Emily, however, did not follow us to Montgomery. I wonder, is she still there? So this house my family lived in was supposedly built in the late 17 to early 1800s. It's a 3-story house that was converted into a duplex. The lowest level was the first apartment, while the top 2 were the second. My family of 6 occupied the second apartment. The first floor of the second apartment had my parents' bedroom, the living room, kitchen, and restroom, while the next floor up had just 3 rooms. 2 on either side of what we called the middle room belonged to us kids. This is where it's going to get kind of confusing because of the layout of the second apartment. The front door was immediately met with a flight of stairs that turned just once onto a landing that led to the main floor of the apartment. To the left was the bathroom, and further back was the kitchen. And if you were to keep walking, there would be a living room to your right, my parents' bedroom to your left. Then, there was the second flight of stairs that was closed off by a door that led up to the bedrooms that us kids stayed in. Anyway, since this was a very old house and poorly renovated over the years, it was horribly insulated and there wasn't central air or heat on the top floor. Summers were excruciatingly hot and winters were bone-chillingly cold. So my sister Sarah and I moved downstairs and slept in the living room. My brothers Ben and Andy were a few years older than us girls. I think they wanted to maintain a sense of independence, so they stayed upstairs, relying on fans and blankets. Andy moved into mine and Sarah's old room, but Ben stayed in his. Ben would experience things nearly every night in his room. He would hear things move and the door would creep open or slam shut. He'd hear low, indistinct speaking and feel an oppressive energy in his room. I think his room is where the most activity was. It wasn't always malicious, but Ben did feel unwelcomed quite often in his room. Andy, on the other hand, didn't seem to experience the same things in the room that he stayed in. But he did tell me of a time that he was up late one night playing video games with the door open. He said it was dark aside from the light coming from his TV. But when he looked into the doorway, he just felt something staring at him. Something felt wrong. He looked over at our cat. Her hair was standing on end, and she was growling, a low growl. Something she would never do unprovoked. He ran downstairs with the cat, and neither of them would ever go back up there alone, and especially at night. Our cat would literally sit at the bottom of the stairs and hiss or growl after that. Andy started sleeping in the living room after that, and eventually, Ben did too. So the top 3 rooms were just converted into storage. We only went up there for decorations or VHS tapes that we stored on the shelf in the middle room. And that's when we started hearing walking, stomping, and the shutting of doors upstairs. It was unsettling, but we all just blamed it on the house settling to claim some peace of mind. Shortly after we'd all relocated to the living room, I developed seizure disorders, painful migraines, and these horrific, reoccurring night terrors. Nearly every night I'd have a night terror that no child should be having. I wasn't really exposed to horror or paranormal movies, yet I had these gory and demonic night terrors. One consisted of mutilated corpses, body parts strung up all around the house, and then another would be me running from an evil entity all around the house. It was horrible. The migraines and seizures were just as unexplainable. No medical history in my family with either. I began seeing shadow people around the house. The first one I saw was from the bathroom as I sat in the bath. Since I was having seizures fairly frequently, I wasn't allowed to be unsupervised in the house, especially in the shower or bath, so I would leave the door ajar just in case. Well, one night, I looked up to see a cloaked shadow pass by and head downstairs to the front door. My brothers weren't home and everyone else was in my parents' room. A few months after that, I was kneeled down in that same spot that the shadow passed by, and I heard a whisper in my ear. Nobody was around. I've even seen one with my sister as it rushed by the window in our front door. My mother and oldest brother would see them too, but they never really went into detail about that. Something else that would happen was they would mimic us. My mother has seen one take the appearance of my older brother, Ben. Ben has seen one take on my appearance, and I've seen one take Andy's appearance. They never did anything in particular. Really, they were just there one minute and gone the next. The one I saw was of Andy. I was leaving the restroom and the door swung out towards the kitchen. So just in the crack of the door, I could see Andy sitting in the kitchen. But he looked different. He was blue. I know it sounds insane, but he was just this pale blue color. I called out his name because he was looking down at his Game Boy Advance. And when he looked up, I just felt this overwhelming wave of sadness wash over me. And as I looked at what I thought was Andy, he just looked so sad. It was such a devastating feeling that I tear up every time I talk about this encounter. Another time I'd seen something strange was when I was put in timeout. One of the timeout spots was on the staircase that led to the second floor. As I mentioned earlier, it has a door that's closed off from the main floor. And at this time I was crying pretty loudly, so my brother Ben shut the door, and I was left in the staircase in relative darkness. Relative as the light bulb was out, but there was light coming in from one of the bedroom windows. I looked up for some reason and was met with some shadowy figure staring down at me. And I know that doesn't make sense because you think of shadow people as these dark masses of shadow with no distinguishing features, but this one had white eyes. It almost seemed to be staring down at me, inquisitively. It didn't feel evil, but I was just a kid, so I can't say if I was good at reading intentions. That being said, it still scared the absolute shit out of me, because I'd never seen anything like that. My dad used to sit on the porch, and quite a few times he said that locals would come by and ask if he lived there. When he told them that he did, they'd all have some sort of story about how the home was haunted. Apparently, a man lived there with his 2 sons. One was disabled and the other was a horrible man. He was violent and mean. Eventually, both boys ended up passing, one of them in the house. Their father lived out his days there as well. We did move from that house around the time I was 15 or 16, and even on our last day there, the spirits were still active. My brother asked two of his friends to help move things from the old bedrooms upstairs, and they both heard or saw something upstairs in Ben's old room. One of them thought he'd heard Andy call for him while Andy was actually outside, and the other saw a man with his face buried in his hands as he sat on an old mattress. They both refused to go upstairs after that, understandably. As for the man or apparition, it's speculated by my own dad that it was the father of the two boys. It's funny because before we lived there, my dad was a solid skeptic of spirits. Now, not so much. As for my unexplained seizures, migraines, and night terrors, they all stopped shortly before we left that house, which I'm thankful for because I sleep easier now. And one of the seizures I had was so bad, I stopped breathing twice and spent 3 days in the hospital. If you're wondering about the first floor apartment having activity, it was so bad down there that we couldn't keep a tenant for more than a half a year or so at a time. One woman even refused to sleep in her apartment after she said she was strangled with her blanket and told to get out. She literally slept on the porch and hung bottles of holy water on both of our doorknobs. I truly did feel bad for her. It was a very scary experience living in that home. At times, it just sucked feeling uninvited in your own home. There's something I didn't mention, mostly because the diagnosis itself seemed like it was unrelated to the house, but I say it could be unrelated because my dad made poor lifestyle choices when it came to his health. He wasn't active, ate poorly, and smoked daily. Anyway, shortly after his diagnosis, he got pretty sick. I'm not sure why. I don't know if it was the heart medication he was on or the condition itself, but he was bedridden for a week or so. And towards the end of whatever made him sick, he said that he woke up to a man standing over his bed. The man stared at him for a moment and told him everything was going to be all right before disappearing. My dad recovered after that. He still has the heart condition, but whatever happened that night with the man, it made him miraculously recover, as he puts it. The man that my dad saw looked the same as the one my brother's friend described seeing in the attic before we left. I don't know what all was in that house. I can say that some of it was evil, but there was something or someone there that seemed to look out for us too. Okay, so about 11 or 12 years ago, when I was 15 or 16 years old, still living with my parents, I would stay up after they went to sleep and sneak out to my dad's truck to listen to my CDs. My religious parents weren't very accepting of my taste in bands like Paramore and Flyleaf. So edgy, I know. Anyway, on a particularly bad night of fighting with my parents, I waited for the clear, took my favorite CD, Flyleaf, and snuck outside. Before trying to somehow crank the truck without waking anyone, I realized I forgot my soda. I went to go back and I leaned on my CD and snapped it into 3 pieces. I remember it looked odd to me, how the pieces looked so even. So now, more upset than before, I went inside for my drink and to grab a different CD. Can't remember what I picked. And when I returned to the truck, there was my Flyleaf CD, not in pieces, or even a scratch. Looked brand new, actually. Freaked out and confused because it had been broken 5 minutes before. I just decided to call it a night. Also, something I left out about earlier on the same day. I noticed that the rearview mirror on my dad's truck was cracked up really badly. My mom said that she'd swiped a light bulb. But when I snuck out to listen to music, I realized it was no longer cracked. I just assumed somehow that they must have left without me noticing and had it fixed. But working in the auto industry now, I didn't see how that was possible. It would have been a special ordered part. Anyone else ever experienced something like this? A couple of years ago, I believe, maybe it was early last year, I was riding in the passenger seat of my car while my boyfriend drove. It was mid-morning, sunny, not a cloud in the sky. Then it appeared. A grid suddenly appeared above my windshield. The best I can describe it is like grid paper you'd use in math class. But all you could see were the multiple lines in black. Besides that, I could still see the sky and the road around it. I even leaned forward in my seat to look up, and it went on and on and on for as far as I could see, like the world was in a grid paper. And just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. I'm going to say it stayed for maybe 3 to 5 seconds tops. I asked my boyfriend if he saw it, which he did not. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I think about it all the time since it happened. Can't explain it. So today I was in my kitchen. I live in a small loft, and the smallest bedroom is like 3 feet from the edge of the island counter in my kitchen. I saw my 2-year-old walk from down the hallway where I had last seen her and into my daughter's room. I literally watched her for several seconds as she walked in my line of sight, into the room, and out of my line of sight. Something seemed off, but I was distracted with my task, so I just immediately told my 13-year-old, "Hey, toddler in your room," so she could check it out. 13-year-old was in the living room, which is joined to the kitchen area, so it didn't take but 20 seconds for her to get into her bedroom. She was like, toddler isn't in here. So we checked together, and she, the toddler, was still in her little bed in my room at the end of the hall, just vibing. Then it hit me. What was wrong? Toddler was wearing a pink footless zip-up sleeper today. When I saw her, she was wearing a teal blue sleeper with popsicle prints that she wears often. Being distracted, it didn't really click. Also, weirdly enough, she's a heavy walker, and when I saw her a minute before, she made no sound, which is probably why I noticed something was off. It also seemed like her being was slightly muted, color-wise. It seemed like a soft image, almost normal but slightly faded, like a camera filter. Enough for me to notice something was weird, but not instantly notice what, whilst I was distracted. This was broad daylight, by the way. I wasn't seeing things wrong. I even saw her smile a little. I saw her clearly, but it wasn't her. I've got no idea what to do with this. I have no history of hallucinations, etc. I'm not having a mental break, nor am I sleep deprived. Everything else is mostly normal. However, this event did remind me that 3 or so weeks ago, my 13-year-old was home alone. She heard my toddler giggling in our living room, even though we weren't home. Not many kids live in my building, but a few do, so I brushed it off as her mistaking someone in the hall for my kiddo. Now, I'm not so sure. Fucking childhood trauma, huh? Here's one. Mid-90s. I'm on a field trip with my class in 3rd grade. We're going to the salmon hatchery because we spent the last month researching and doing projects on the salmon's life cycle. And it's the one and only trip that my dad will ever attend. It's my lucky day because he shows up soberish, at least to the untrained eye. You'd mistake my father's speech as concentrated enunciations before you'd suspect he's tipsy. And again, this day he wasn't too tipsy. We all packed on the school bus for hours until we reach our destination. The salmon hatchery is in the middle of the forest. The side we arrive on is guarded by a giant metal fence that we all file out and stand against while the teacher counts us. Once the number of kids matches the number on her paper, she presses a call box and says, "Cedar Park Elementary has arrived." The metal gates open and we follow our teacher, Miss Sawyer, to this salmon ladder thing. It looked like giant concrete stairs with a waterfall going down it, in between two flat cement areas. That's where we meet the two women who will be showing us around. This is how they start our field trip. Lady 1 has a blue dress with salmon printed all over it. Lady 2 is fitted up in all of the rubber fish gear, boots, suspenders, Carhartt coat. Lady 1 hands us all a little pamphlet with a map of the hatchery. Then she asks the class if we want to see a really big salmon that came in today. It's extra special because this one's pregnant. Kids cheer and lady number 2 walks over to this tank that they have in the back of their truck. She pulls out this huge Chinook salmon. She brings it over to the crowd of children and it's still alive, flipping and flapping while she tries to hold it steady. Then lady number 1 goes, "Do you want to see if it's pregnant?" Again, we all cheer, not knowing what she meant. We all form a half circle around lady number 2 as she struggles with the slippery, gasping fish. We still are unsure how they're going to check if it's pregnant. Lady number 2 gets the salmon by the tail with one hand and lets the rest of its body start flopping on the concrete. With her other hand, she pulls a club from her lower cargo pocket. And with no warning at all, in front of 24 small children, she proceeds to bludgeon the salmon to death with everything she's got. We watch in horrified silence as blow after blow is laid down on this fish until it stops moving. No more flipping, no more flapping. My friend Sammy grabs my arm and I see tears in his eyes. Then it goes from bad to worse. Lady number 1 walks over to lady number 2, who's now pulling a big knife out of her cargo pocket. Lady number 1 says, "Okay, let's find out if she's hiding any eggs." Lady number 2 lifts the salmon up and fillets it right down the middle. Hundreds of little pink eggs splash onto the ground and continue to drip down. When the flood of fish eggs is done, lady number 2 does a discus spin and launches the salmon carcass into the trees, saying we're also helping feed the bears by doing this. Lady number 1 then directs us all to follow her into the main building to continue the tour. The horrified silence is held amongst the children. We all huddle inside this cold, smelly brick building. Each room we're shown resembles the last, with giant loud machines all doing their respective jobs to make the hatchery run. Midway through, my dad tells everyone he's going back outside to smoke a cigarette. Lady number 2 joins him. They both walk out as we continue strolling through the rooms. Finally, eventually, it's lunchtime. All the kids gather outside near a cluster of park benches and picnic tables. Earlier, I was excited because I knew my mom packed me my favorite lunch. Now, I'm still trying to find my appetite. My dad still hasn't returned, but I see lady number 2 getting back from whatever she was doing before her smoke break. I sit at a table with my friends, mainly Sammy, 2 other quiet kids. We eat our sandwiches while staring out at the forest, recounting the sickening start to our field trip. Then, Sammy stops and points out towards something in the distance, in the tree line, and he says, "What's that?" Following his gaze, my stomach sinks down as my eyes become fixed on a huge creature staring back at us about 50 yards into the forest. One of the quiet kids gets up and runs to another table, saying nothing. I continue looking, staring intently. At first, I thought it was a really big bear standing on its hind legs, trying to get a better look at us. But as my eyes rapidly examined the creature, I could see that it had a large, bloody carcass of sorts, grasped in its hands. The carcass seemed larger than a fish, and the creature, well, it was like no bear I'd ever seen. It had defined arms, shoulders. Most importantly, it was holding something with hands. Really large hands, but hands nonetheless. It was huge, and it looked comfortable on 2 legs. I realize Sammy isn't saying anything. The other kid, either. We're all just staring. My stomach sinks deeper as I remember I still haven't seen my dad return. It's been a while now. Panicking, I think the worst. What if that thing killed my dad? What if that bloody thing it's holding is my dad? As horrible thoughts race through my mind, I never take my eyes off the thing. I just stare, examining it. Sammy says, "Maybe we should tell a teacher or your dad." I can't bring myself to move, but a few moments later, I break myself out of this trance. I stop looking for just a moment to turn my gaze to Sammy. He's still looking, and I say, "Sammy, I don't know where my dad is. What if that thing has my dad? What if my dad's dead?" I almost start crying, but I suck it up. The other quiet kid is now crying, though, drawing attention to us, but the creature doesn't move. Sammy looks at me. We look back at the thing, and then we both jump up off the picnic table to turn around and find our teacher. Right away, we're met with one of the other parents, and then Miss Sawyer. She's asking us what's going on. Why is everyone upset? First, Sammy and I talk at the same time, but she makes us stop talking, assuming that we're arguing or something. She turns her attention to the crying kid, and I'm feeling like I'm going to burst if I can't just get this lady to let me talk. I look around since I'm forced to be quiet, and the first person I see is my dad. He's sitting on a bench near the bathrooms, reading something. I'm relieved beyond belief, and when we make eye contact, I wave like crazy. But when he sees me, he heads into the bathroom. "Seriously, Dad?" By the time our teacher settles down the not-so-quiet kid, she actually lets us talk. It's no use. The creature is already gone. Frustrating. Sammy and I, like always, we sat together on the bus ride home. My dad, he wasn't interested, but still, Sammy and I talked about it the whole time. The creature was like nothing I'd ever seen at the time. Something that after getting a good look at, was not a bear. As an adult, I'm confident I saw a Bigfoot. It's amazing how foreign a concept it is to some, how resistant they are to the idea, whereas others just lean all in, like Bigfoot followers, lovers, hunters. I don't know about all that, but I'm pretty sure these things do exist. I'm pretty sure Sammy and I both saw one that day. I wonder whatever happened to Sammy, too. We lost touch after 6th grade, but he was a cool dude. It'd be cool to bounce this story off of him all these years later. I guess I'd just say, keep an open mind. And maybe don't let your kids go on a field trip if you see that it's for a salmon hatchery. That absolutely scarred me, probably more than the Bigfoot. That is, after I realized he wasn't holding my dad's corpse. This whole thing never really freaked me out until the end. I hadn't really thought about it until tonight. Granted, it's not nearly as creepy as some of the things I've heard, but now that I recall it, I can't imagine why a grown man would repeatedly call a child. When I was a kid, about 12, my mom bought me a flip phone so we could call and text about when my parents were getting me from school. Also, I always roamed the neighborhoods with friends, sometimes pretty far for a 12-year-old, I guess. They started the phone plan in another state before we moved, and they never changed numbers. So when I got a phone, my number matched to their area code. A couple of months after getting the phone, this guy called me from a number with our same area code that was now over 700 miles away. I first answered because I thought it might be a family member back home. I asked the standard, "Hello?" in my 12-year-old kid voice, to which a weirdly deep-voiced, almost dopey-sounding guy responded, Derek." I said, "No, this is Logan." He then asked for Derek again. I apologized for the confusion and hung up. He ended up calling so much, asking for Derek, that I had to ask my mom how to block a wrong number. We did that. But then he started calling me from other numbers with our area code. Different almost every time. This would happen 2 to 5 times a day, almost every day. It went on for weeks. It was always during school or in the evening. I wouldn't answer during school, but I could see the missed calls from my old area code. I distinctly remember one evening when I was taking out the trash, a random number from that area code called me. I answered. He asked, "Derek?" in that same weird, deep, dopey voice. I shouted into my phone. It'd been months now of this. "No, there's no Derek here. Are you stupid?" I went into a tantrum. I was so upset by this guy always calling. I don't remember if he apologized, but either way, I hung up and started crying from frustration and not understanding. Nothing happened for about a full week, and I thought maybe screaming and losing my 12-year-old shit with him over the phone had worked. Then, on a random weeknight, when I was in bed at 9 or 10, my phone started ringing. It startled me because I was just about to drift off when it rang. It also scared me because he'd never called me at night before. I answered. It was him again. He asked, "Derek?" Big surprise. I responded kind of quietly because I was worried my dad would be upset with me, even though now I know he would have just been upset with the guy who's harassing his son. "No, there's no Derek here. There's never been a Derek here. Stop calling me. Why do you keep calling me? You can stop." He was silent for a few moments before asking, "Derek?" Again. I don't know why, but that terrified me. Adrenaline shot through me, and I got queasy, shaky. I hung up, turned off my phone, huddled under the blanket. The next day, I insisted my number be changed. My mom and I had to go to the store to do it, but we did it, and it ended. The calls never resumed after that, but I still can't come up with a reason as to why some grown dude wanted to harass a little kid over some friend or somebody who clearly wasn't there for months on end. The following story was told to me by my grandmother a few years back. She was visiting us a few days ago when I asked her to retell us the story. I don't know if it's true or not, but I believe her, being a person who believes in ghosts, spirits, God, etc. Well, the story goes as follows. It was when my mom was in 6th or 7th grade. The year was 1991, I guess. All of my grandmother's daughters, total of 5 sisters, including my mom, plus her son, were home. My granddad was at work at the time. It was around 9 p.m. at night. All my aunts, including my mom and my uncle, were all huddled in the bedroom with my grandma. Then there was a knock on the door. My grandma, being the brave woman she was, went to answer the knock. Before she opened the door, she asked who it was, and to her shock, someone said, "It's me. Let me in." The only catch was, it was my mom's voice. Nana, what I call my grandma, was shocked to hear it. It was obviously not possible that it would be my mom, as she was sitting inside. Now, after hearing the voice, my Nana knew that something had to be done to protect her kids, so she told everyone to grab a weapon. When everyone was armed with either kitchen knives or long wooden sticks, they went to the door, and my Nana shouted, "Who's there? I know you're not my daughter." There was silence, and then they heard a very, very, very creepy laugh. Way creepier than any horror movie. They waited a few minutes. Then my mom, being the oldest, got fed up and opened the door. There was no one there, just a piece of thread that was worn on the feet. The thread was not there before, my Nana told me, and the front gate was locked. Everyone was spooked out and they went to bed. Nothing has happened since. My mom doesn't remember anything, but I guess that's a given since it's been 31 years since the incident. This is a story that happened many years ago when I was around 8 or 9. My parents and I lived in a very beautiful, big old house. It used to be a hotel in the 19th century. The house had 4 extra apartments, and in one of them lived this middle-aged guy who we'll call F. The house was placed on a very small but long road that went between fields and a small forest, all of it going downhill before it ended right by the beach. There were maybe 15 houses and only one other kid my age, so I'd sometimes visit with the adults in the area. There were a few incidents with F, the guy that rented one of the apartments. The first one happened when my friend and I were roller skating and we met F, who was out on his bicycle. We asked him if he would tow us because we were tired, and he let us hold on to his bike. At first, we thought that he was great because not all adults would have been okay with that idea. But the ride didn't go so well. Once we held onto the bike, he started going faster and faster. And I mean really fast. It was summertime, and we only had on shorts and skirts. And back then, we also didn't have a lot of protective gear, so we absolutely didn't want to fall down. We started out by politely asking him to go slower, but he didn't listen at all. Then we started getting near a really big hill, where gravity would always make you go way too fast. When we were there, we'd always zigzag our way down to make it down safely. At this point, we were screaming at him to stop, but he did the opposite and was standing up on the bike so that he could go faster. And then he told us to let go of the bicycle if we didn't like it. But there was no way that we could have done that without falling, and he knew it. Even if he didn't know, he could clearly hear the fear in our voices. But he didn't stop before we were a good bit past that hill, and when we confronted him afterwards, he just said he only did what we wanted him to, and that it was our own fault. The second incident is the real creepy encounter that I had with this guy. But at the time, I just thought it was a bit weird. My mother, on the other hand, got really mad. And as an adult, I now understand why. I had met F in the driveway, and he invited me in for a cup of tea. I remember sitting on his couch and not liking the tea because it had no sugar. When I asked for some, he refused to give me any. Maybe he said he didn't have any, but anyways, I didn't like the tea, and he kind of forced me to drink it anyways, saying how I was the one who wanted it, and how he went through all the trouble of making it, and so on. He got kind of mad, so I did what he told me to do, because he was an adult, and I was only a child. That evening, I told my mom, and she right away took the phone and called him, and then she yelled at him for endangering us girls when we were roller skating, and got even more angry when she told him to never, ever invite me to his apartment, and especially to never force her little girl to do anything whatsoever again. This could be the end of the story, but actually, I met a guy about 10 years later, and he told me that F had informed him that I was the kind of girl that just needed to be cornered and pressured a bit, and then I'd put out. Yikes. So nothing too crazy, but I do have a little story about my childhood home. It was the summer of 2012. Life was good, and I was up at 2 a.m. watching Teen Nick in my house's den. The whole house was always fascinating to me. One of the first houses built in our small town in Kansas during the Prohibition as a moonshiner's illegal party house. The whole house is a colonial style full of Victorian features. From the outside, it looks like a 2-story, but there are actually 3 floors and half a basement. The architecture was always confusing as to how this was accomplished, but wedged between the top and main floor is a log cabin-themed room, our family room or den. It was a glorified bar room fitted with a monstrous fireplace, an Alaskan moose head from circa 1920, and a salvaged chandelier from the former Douglas Opera House. I hated being alone in that room at night. I always got a weird sensation like someone standing over me when I'd try to sleep on the couch after a long night of TV. My best friend and I also felt this from time to time, sleeping in my own bed, which used to be in the master suite. Never could get the cat or dog to hang out in the den, though. Its door was an inch thick of solid wood and had a very complex lock that remained tucked inside its latch. No previous owner had the key. We never bothered to close it. It would get stuck in the frame because it was so heavy, designed to keep the police out if someone tipped off a booze party. There was a nursery on the top floor that shared a wall with this room. It was sold to us with no doorknob to the small 4x10 room. It became our home office. There was a brand new computer and an all-in-one printer fax that remained unplugged and rarely used. My bedroom was right next to it, and I always slept with my door open. In the middle of the night, I could often see the computer light up and paper would cycle through the printer. Could never get myself to check it until the morning. When we looked at the sheets, there was nothing on them, and we just load them back inside. It was my sister and I's favorite place to pirate scary movies. We would close the door as to not disturb Mom and Dad because it didn't latch. But one night, she left me in the room to go get a snack, and when she came back, she couldn't open the door. I was trapped inside. My mom had to use a butter knife to force the handle. I was shook, given the timing. But back to the den. I'm minding my Teen Nick business when, out of the blue, I get a call from my friend. She tells me that she's using a Ouija board, which I've always done my part to stay far from. She says that her presence told her to call me. She informed me that I was wearing a black shirt, which I was, and I only own one. I hung up the call and immediately went to my bedroom to wait out the next few hours to daylight. That same summer, my mom, grandma, sister, and I went on one of our late-night drives where we blast oldies while cruising the back roads. As we were driving, an unidentifiable creature ran in front of our car and across the road. None of us agreed on what we saw. We thought it was a very large white rabbit, cat, or small dog. It was moving unthinkably fast for any of those animals. It made it across the road in 2 hops. All the time we joked about it and kept on our way. When we got home and stepped into the foyer, heavy work boots start down the upstairs hall and then down the stairs. They stop at the den level. From the foyer, you can see the part of the staircase that leads to the den. No one is there. We're all looking at each other, waiting for my father to continue his trip down the stairs. He then comes up from the basement, followed by our dog. The cat is chilling in the window on the main floor. We sent my dad upstairs to investigate. He checked everywhere, even the attic. Nothing. It could all be coincidence. When we moved into an apartment that fall, nothing else strange seemed to happen. I am tempted to ask the family who lives there now if they've ever experienced anything. The original owners are buried in the morgue just down the street. This might not really be video worthy, but I've wanted to share this since I read The Whistler yesterday, and this has kind of been freaking me out since. I live in a rural area on a rural property. My whole yard is shrouded in darkness. One night about 3 years ago, I was sitting on my back porch steps smoking, when from the darkness I hear a whistle. I immediately broke out in goosebumps and stood up and looked around, but I couldn't see shit in the darkness. I tried to explain it away, it's just a mockingbird, but I still stood right up against my back door, finished my bowl. Then, again, closer and louder. I rushed back inside and grabbed my gun, then stood by the back door for a moment. I calmed myself down and explained it away again. My neighbor was probably walking the property line, saw me smoking, and decided to fuck with me. The next day I texted him and I asked if it was him, and he said no, but whoever it was, they were whistling Dixie. I was relieved that it was just my old redneck neighbor messing with me and forgot about it. A couple of months later, he invited me over to hang out. We were just bullshitting when I mentioned that he scared the hell out of me the other day. The man looks at me dead in the eyes and says, "Dude, did you really hear someone whistle that night? Because I thought you were just fucking with me." It wasn't him. I later confirmed that he doesn't know how to whistle. I never smoke outside at night anymore. When I do, it's right next to the back door. After I read The Whistler yesterday, I feel like I'm going to hear it again in another 10 years. Fucking freaky.